Check 1, 2.
Nope. All right. Good evening again. We are ready to go ahead and call to order our regular meeting of the Vallejo City Council at 7:12 p.m. And I'll go back over to the clerk for another roll call.
Mayor Source.
Present.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Present.
Council members Bergenzer.
Present.
Gordon.
Present.
Matthias.
Here.
Paul Maris.
Present.
I will note for the record, Councilmember Lettiju is currently absent.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to item 3, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please stand and join us for the pledge. All right. That's going to bring us to item 4, report out of closed session. The City Council did have a brief closed session meeting immediately prior to this meeting, and I'm going to ask the Vice Mayor for a very brief report out from that closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. With regard to conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54958.9D2 in 2 cases. Council did provide direction to our outside counsel, and that's the end of our report.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to item 5, presentations and commendations. We do have one presentation this evening by our Vallejo Sister City Association Ensenada, Mexico delegation. I'm going to go ahead and invite them up to come up for about a 5-10 minute presentation, and then we'll have one more quick presentation by the city manager immediately after. If we are having technical issues, why don't we turn it over? We can swap the order while we get the slides up. I'll turn it over to our city manager. Okay. Never mind, we're back up. Go right ahead.
Great. Good evening. Is this on? Okay, great. Good evening, everybody. Madam Mayor, City Council members, City staff, thank you so much for having us this evening and allowing us to do a presentation on our recent visit to Ensenada, Mexico, our sister city, with a Vallejo delegation. My name is Paul Lamb. I'm the Vice Chair of the Sister City Commission and a proud 26-year resident of Vallejo. With me here this evening is Fernando Borrayo, who is the head and founder of the Sister City Commission Youth Subcommittee, and he's also going to share some comments regarding the trip this evening. So let's go ahead and get started here. First of all, a couple quick acknowledgements. I want to thank Madam Mayor, you for so ably leading our delegation to Ensenada, Mexico, and representing our city and all of us, the Sister City Commission, and our youth so well in Spanish, nonetheless. That was a wonderful value add to the trip. Also wanted to recognize fellow commission member Yahaira Rubio Machado, who was the one really responsible for organizing the whole trip and did a fantastic job of making it possible. And then finally, wanted to recognize Councilmember Gordon for being our liaison and great supporter of all our sister city work here in Vallejo. You're a wonderful asset to all the work that we do. Thank you. So as far as the trip goes, before I jump into some of the specifics, just want to share a little bit of the background and the sort of the purpose of the work that we do as the Sister City Commission and Sister City Association. As you may know, we have 7 sister cities in Vallejo around the world, going all the way back to 1960. Our first sister city with Norway was established, and you can see the cities listed here. But our most recent sister city is, of course, Ensenada. And people ask us, why do you select these different sister cities? And when it comes to Ensenada, in addition to having a large Mexican-American population here in Vallejo, we also have some similarities in terms of what we do, how our cities are positioned. For example, Ensenada is a maritime, has a strong maritime presence like Vallejo. They're one of the largest ports cities in Mexico. and also have a rich history, rich culture that parallels our rich diversity, history, and culture in Vallejo. The overall purpose of Sister Cities, as it says here on the slide, is to promote peace through mutual respect, understanding, and cooperation, one individual, one community at a time. The notion that we are all citizen ambassadors, or can be and should be citizen ambassadors, especially in these difficult times internationally when we're so divided as a nation, as a world. So as far as the specifics of the trip itself, we had almost 50 representatives from Vallejo participate, including the mayor, city officials, including myself from the Sister City Commission, Commissioner Rubio Machado that I mentioned previously. We had a folklorico dance troupe representing Vallejo, Munasteca, which is actually the dance troupe founded by Commissioner Rubio Machado, and she did a wonderful job organizing them and bringing almost 16 members of the dance troupe and other representatives to Ensenada. We had a couple of youth delegates, Fernando here, as I mentioned, and he's going to say a few words about his experience with the trip.
Hello, everyone. As Mr. Paul already mentioned, my name is Fernando Borrayo. I was one of the representatives for the Vallejo Sister City Commission Youth Subcommittee. I know it's a long name, and I hope you may remember it. The goal of our subcommittee is to involve the youth from Vallejo and its sister cities to form friendships, share cultures, and ideas. While there, I contacted the director of the Municipal Youth Institute of Ensenada, and I am proud to share that soon the Ensenada and Vallejo youth will be more closely connected through online activities and hopefully a sister school relationship. Thank you.
All right, if you have any questions for Fernando, he'll be around after the presentation. The other really important part of our delegation was the Coach Sarna Flag Football League, which brought 28 players and parents to Ensenada to compete in a friendship tournament. I'm not at all biased, but I should let you know that Vallejo won the tournament. Okay, go Vallejo. So those were the participants in the actual trip. Some of the quick highlights, again, the tournament with the Coach Sarna League, and they're bringing flag football to Mexico, and Mexico sharing their different approaches and styles and rules of flag football with them. The Coach Sarna League also spent 3 days at a orphanage in Ensenada as part of a service trip in addition to the youth tournament. So we're proud and privileged to have them there and representing us in that way as well. We had a series of meetings with city officials from Ensenada representing all of their departments, from youth to economic development, housing, et cetera. And they welcomed us with open arms and treated us so very well. As I mentioned, the Munasteca Folklorico group performed twice during the trip, and I think the various audiences were very moved and appreciative of the fact that they saw their culture reflected in Vallejo, of their culture, having a premier dance troupe visit there and perform for them and with them. And then I couldn't not mention the shrimp and fish tacos, which I think Fernando and I probably ate around 640 of each. There's Fernando eating some fish tacos. Just quickly, on the right-hand side, that is a Michelin star taqueria in Ensenada. So, good tacos. Perhaps the biggest highlight for me, anyway, of the trip was a dedication to Vallejo, a mural that was painted by local artists and youth in Ensenada, depicting, as you can see here, different aspects of Vallejo community, everything from the Empress Theater to General Vallejo, to the ferry, to the bridge, et cetera, et cetera. And they took the time to do this to show their appreciation for our friendship, for our sister city relationship, which was very moving. I think we were all very touched by, Madam Mayor, yourself included, no doubt. Before I move on, I actually wanted to ask you, Madam Mayor, if you wanted to share any comments or highlights from the trip from your perspective.
No, you all are covering it. I think, this is just one of the things that I mentioned there was, I think with the federal and international tension on a lot of fronts, these people-to-people relationships and sister city relationships are more important than ever. And one of the things that I was just personally delighted about is that Ensenada has its first woman mayor. She's the municipal presidenta municipal, first woman in Ensenada, and Vallejo has its first woman mayor in almost 3 decades, and so we were able to come together at the same time, which was really nice as well and special for me. So I want to thank actually you, Paul, and everybody that organized it, because I was a hop on. I mean, I just joined. You all did all the planning.
Thank you. We're so thrilled that you could make it and again lead us in such an able fashion. A couple last things. Just kind of a big picture, the way all of this can and should play out in my mind, in our mind. An exchange is not only governmental, between government and government, it is citizen and citizen, and you see here this all represented, this period of activities and conversations and just fun that we were having as part of this trip, whether it be the dance, the sports, playing volleyball on the beach in Ensenada, or sharing about our respective cultures, activities, governments, citizen activities in Vallejo. So we were deeply grateful to be able to participate in the full rainbow of activities when it comes to citizen diplomacy and cultural exchange. Last two things, just perhaps if I can try to summarize why this trip and other trips like it are important for Vallejo. One is just this, again, this notion of citizen diplomacy, people-to-people relations. When our governments are not necessarily getting along, at least we as people can come together and appreciate each other and respect each other, and be friends across the globe. Economic opportunity is something that we've started a conversation with our friends in Ensenada and hope to have more commercial activities, conversations, opportunities develop over the course of the years. The education and youth program that Fernando is representing, and of course just Vallejo having an international presence, being seen as an international city, having ties all over the world. I think that speaks to the importance of Vallejo as a city, and something that we need to promote as much as possible for many, many reasons. Last thing, just in terms of where all of this is headed from here when it comes to Ensenada specifically, as I mentioned, our hope, I think our city's hope, is to have more commercial business ties with Ensenada and our other sister cities. And as part of the visit, we did connect with the local Ensenada Economic Development Corporation and have made an introduction to our own Regional Economic Development Corporation, are hoping to involve chambers of commerce, et cetera, to start the flow of business relationships, commercial relationships that would certainly benefit all of us. The student exchange, youth exchange, I'm going to give Fernando one more minute to talk about where that might be headed from here.
So thankfully, since we were able to connect with some of the youth over there and with the director of the Institute of the Youth in Ensenada, we were able to contact them, and we will be getting the contacts of some of the youth from Ensenada to be able to connect, to have a meeting with them and to begin a pen pal buddy connection. So that's just going to be the beginning. Hopefully in the near future, we will begin having a bit of like more significant exchanges with them, and at some point maybe even start visiting them more often to be able to keep expanding on the pillars of the youth subcommittee that we have built here.
Thank you, Fernando. Lastly, moving forward, just want to mention to the City Council and to our listeners and viewers that next year we hope to do another visit to one of our sister cities in Africa, Bagamoyo, Tanzania specifically, and that is being worked on. So stay tuned for more information on that. And we welcome more people to join our sister city activities, events, et cetera, by either becoming a commissioner, if you so choose, we have some available seats, or joining the Sister City Association, which is sort of at the heart and soul of the work that we do as sister cities. And with that, we'll end it. Happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. We're so appreciative, and again, I was grateful to be able to join, but I know we're all grateful for the work that you all do. In the interest of time, I think we'll move us, but just thank you all again, everyone that worked on building up that sister city relationship and the whole delegation. It was a really great time. And before we close out presentations and commendations, I do want to recognize our city manager who has a staff item to introduce to us.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I just wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge, recognize, and congratulate Lance David, who has been promoted to being the Director of Information Technology for the city. Yeah. Yeah. David brings over 30 years of IT experience across both the public and private sectors, including 11 years here with the city of Vallejo. He's a lifelong Vallejo resident. David is deeply committed to public service and to supporting the community he calls home, and glad and happy for you, and we're glad to have you as a part of our team, David.
Thank you, City Manager. Appreciate the opportunity. Also want to thank Nalunga Conley. We kind of started the journey together. Thanks, City Manager, for the opportunity. Also want to thank Nalunga Conley, ACM. We started the journey together this past year. Like City Manager saying, I've been a lifelong resident. It's been a surreal moment for me. Being here 11 years, I didn't think I'll be here at this moment, but so it's been very surreal. It's got a lot of roots here. My family's still here, and I'm just always rooting for Vallejo. So appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Congratulations, and thank you. And thank you for your years of service, and especially your time as interim director as well. We're glad to have you permanently in that role. So thank you for that announcement. With that, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 6, which is our first community forum. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the council on items that are not on our city council agenda this evening. And our community forum, we do have a lot to get to tonight. We are limited to 15 minutes, and my understanding is that we have 5 in-person speakers. So we're going to take those 5 in-person speakers, and anyone else online that would like to comment, we'll make sure that you have an opportunity at the second community forum closer to the end of the meeting if you have any remarks that are on items not on our agenda. So with that, I'll have the Vice Mayor call our in-person speakers.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the order of the 5 people that have signed up to speak in person. Clay Merrill, followed by David Dowswell, followed by Dahlia Vidor, followed by Daryl Reed, and then the last speaker is Grace N.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Clay Merrill. I'm your local government affairs representative for Pacific Gas and Electric Company. I'm just calling to introduce myself, say hello. I'd like the opportunity to meet with each of one of you individually, update you on some things that are going on with the company, and also see how I can be supportive of your efforts. I had the opportunity to meet with your mayor yesterday. We had a great conversation, and I'd like the opportunity to meet with each of you. So I'll be reaching out to you via email or text, and I'd love the opportunity to meet with you very, very soon. And thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. If you have a second, Mr. Merrill, I've got my card that I have something to kind of touch base with you on. So the next speaker is David Dowswell. Thank you.
Hello again. So I was here 2 weeks ago. I got myself sort of long-winded and got cut off at the 3-minute time, so I'm going to try to finish my thoughts this time. As I mentioned to you, I'm a resident of the city, and I live in the Seaview subdivision, which is down by the Maritime Academy. 3 years ago, I reached out to then Jason Lacey, who was the head of landscape maintenance districts for all the whole city, and talked to him about when can our streets get repaved. They're 46 years old. I think Mr. Job, who I believe is here today, and Mr. March, who sent an email to the mayor's assistant, would tell you that typically streets such as ours live for 40 years and then need to be repaved. In Mr. March's email, he talks about that you need to come up with this program as to how you're going to handle all the districts. This will take a number of years, and it'll be a 30-year program. I can tell the council for certain our streets won't be around in 30 years. The worst streets you can drive on in Vallejo, ours will be worse. And that's the facts. And I also question the fact that he mentions in here that the residents got an estimate of $850,000 to repave our subdivision. I went to talk to Vintage Paving, who is in the city of Winters, where I work. They gave me a rough estimate of $300,000 to $350,000 for the streets, and then another $15,000 per each disability ramp. There are 12 of them. You know, no way do you come up with $850,000. This is private money. This does not belong to the city. It is not in your general fund. It does not require a CIP. It can be spent at the city's discretion, but it should be for our and only our subdivision. You cannot use it anywhere else. You're entrusted to use our money. That's the job this maintenance district has. In Mr. March's email, which came from the mayor's assistant, he mentions a number of things that are not in our subdivision. There is nothing. I challenge you all, one by one, Ms. Gordon, come down and drive our streets and tell me personally if you don't think they need to be repaid. And I would appreciate from Mr. March, Mr. Job, after 2 different requests, that I actually get a written response from Public Works to me so I can go to the other 36 homeowners and say, here's what the city has decided they're going to do. That's all I ask. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can you get
Next
my card,
speaker-
sir? Sir.
Next speaker is Dalia Vidor.
Thank you, everybody on the Diaz. My name is Dalia Vidor. In full disclosure, I do sit on the Arts and Cultural Commission, and I am also an employee of the City of Vallejo. I am here as a private citizen. I am here to discuss the waterfront outdoor exercise equipment that is proposed to be put on the Independence Park. I think that it is in a bad place to be put, as well as it is going to destroy the ability for us to really utilize this space. The excuse that was given to me as to why it was put there is because it was outside of the 100-foot boundary line for the BCDG for them to approve it, and yet there is an approved proposal for an entire park which is within that 100-foot boundary. So I don't know why it would be put there in the first place. But I also want to point out, since I went down this rabbit hole, that the design for this park looks like this, and I can provide you with that, and thankfully Gillian Hain was very kind to send this to me. While the other designs that Gates Studios have are like this, where they have it fully fleshed out and with all of the spaces divided. So these are the questions that I have. Why is this design not on the city website for the residents to see? Also, why is it not on the Gates and Associates website? We have paid them $500,000 for this design, and yet the design looks like this. If it is more fleshed out than this, I don't see it. Not only is that, but they have no timelines and no benchmarks. They have no details in the design. The fitness area will not be used in this area because it is too exposed to the Mare Island Way area. I don't know about you, but I would not want to exercise right on a main highway. I would want that to be moved. Now, there are places that have cement slabs already on that waterfront that would be hidden from the main road, and that is right here in this design where they were planning to put a park plaza. But I don't see any, I don't see anything there to prevent that from happening. Also, this would really stymie the ability for the city to use this for economic development and for the citizens to use this space, because it will take up space instead of having picnic benches and places for people to spend their time when they could be spending their money to buy picnic items and bring them and eat them there at the park, as well as a great place for tourists to come as they come off of the ferry to see a beautiful park. So this is what I wanted to say, and thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Next speaker is Daryl Reed.
Hello, how y'all doing? Hi, Mayor and the rest of the city officials. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Daryl Reed. I'm from Oakland, California. Last year, Tasha talked me into bringing this white party that I started doing when I came home to Vallejo, and she twisted my arm and said, give it a chance. So I brought it here. The city embraced me. The event turned out wonderful. Mare Island is a great piece of blanket that we can create on. So they invited me back for a second time, and some of my people in Oakland are a little disappointed, but I told them it's a lovely blank space, and I like to be creative, me and Monique. So September the 12th, I'm doing my 7th annual white party here again, and I just think Vallejo can take more advantage of this opportunity and introduce other things that's in Vallejo, like housing, hotels, and different things, and maximize the opportunity because people is flying in from all around the country to this party, as far as Mississippi, Seattle, Detroit, Chicago. So I think it's a great opportunity for me to allow people to know that Vallejo is a great little city that get a lot of negativity. And all cities got pockets of negativity, though, and it's affordable. So I think we can find a way to let people know that housing is possible in Vallejo and it's affordable. So I just want Vallejo to take advantage of the opportunity of this event and also show us some support, so I can support elite public schools. Like I gave them a donation from the party last year, and I would like to give some donations to some other kids and stuff like that, and just use my voice to change the narrative on my story. I did 28 years in federal prison, first-time offender, nonviolent crime. President Obama gave me a clemency, gave me a second chance, and I came out on the boots on the ground, and I go into the communities dealing directly with the young people that many people are scared to deal with. So I just want to introduce myself and thank y'all for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
And the last person signed up to speak is Grace N.
Hi, Council. I came here today to talk about my concerns with the flock camera systems. In the past year, police have been recorded to stalk romantic interests at least 28 times across the U.S. I want to highlight the part where I said caught and recorded. One of these incidents happened in March in Milwaukee, where an officer used flock cameras nearly 180 times to stalk his current partner and ex-partner. One known instance of an officer was caught watching a coworker he was involved with, and another known instance of an officer stalking a stranger he was interested in pursuing. And most of these recorded instances were not caught by flock or the police acting with their own due diligence, but rather they were reported by the women who were able to identify through their own means that they were being stalked. I think it's fair to say that these recorded numbers are an undercut to the actual misuse of the flock cameras for a personal motive, especially because the only people allowed to monitor the police department is the police department themselves. That seems like a conflict of interest to me. As a member of this community, a woman, a mother, I do not feel safe with flock cameras in Vallejo and giving this power to anyone to watch civilians. I want to urge the council to end the contract with Flock and any other surveillance systems they may be considering, and always err on the side of caution with protecting our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else in person that would like to make public comment? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close it out. We will have a second community forum later in the meeting, and we'll move on to our consent calendar and approval of agenda. We'll go ahead and open up public comment period for anyone, members of the public that want to address the council on items on our consent calendar. And I will, while we let that run, see if any of my colleagues have changes of the agenda or items they would like pulled from the consent calendar. I am not seeing any. Do we have any commenters in person?
None in person, Mayor.
Okay, how about online? Do we have any commenters online?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Okay, we'll give them another 30 seconds or so. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Councilmember Letters. You go ahead. You just have to, did you have something? Yeah. You got to turn your mic on though. Okay.
So I'd like to pull 8F, and that's the resolution regarding the First Amendment to Healthy Vallejo.
Okay, we're going to pull 8F. We'll make that 8.1. I'm not seeing any other comments. Why don't we'll just give the next few seconds, double check for public commenters online. All right. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment on our consent calendar and ask for a motion to approve our agenda and consent calendar.
Yes, I move that we approve the calendar and approval of the consent calendar and approval of the agenda, pulling item 8F and making that item 8.1.
All right, we are ready to vote.
Missing a vote.
All right, has everybody voted? Why don't we do one, still no hands raised, Manny? Just want to make sure we didn't miss anybody. All right. Has everybody voted?
No, I'm still missing a vote. There we go. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, motion has carried unanimously. We're going to go ahead then and move to our item which was pulled, which is item 8.1, formerly 8F. Adopt a resolution approving the First Amendment to the Services Agreement with Healthy Vallejo Community Support Services for an additional $100,000 and authorizing the city manager to execute the same. I will turn it over to Councilmember Letters, who pulled the item.
Thank you. Can you just give us a quick briefing on the contract, why we're extending, adding an additional $100,000, and maybe there were several terms of being able to extend or add to the contract? Thank you.
Sure. Jason Ackley, the city manager. Thank you, council. We recently received a CCEP grant, Community Cleanup and Employment Pathways. And we have identified a couple of nonprofits to utilize for litter cleanup and that sort of thing. So we.
How much additional dollars did you receive in a grant, please?
It's a $285,000 grant. Okay. There's a portion of it that we're going to use for litter cleanup, and then we're working with a nonprofit to try to get graffiti cover-up done by local artists with some of the rest of the funds. So we identified Healthy Vallejo to help us with the litter cleanup.
So when we wrote the grant, did we specifically write those two organizations in the grant? Or was it that we applied for the grant and then determined that these were the two entities that we were going to choose? How did we determine who we were going to give these additional funds to?
That's an excellent question. I do not have that information.
Who has that information?
I would have to go get that and bring that back to you. The gentleman, my coworker that put the grant together is not here with us today, so. Oh,
Thank
can.
you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. So I believe your question was, when we first applied, how did we hear about the grant, or
No, I'm
were
not
the-
worried about how you heard about the grant. What I'm asking is, when we decided to apply for the grant, when we did so, did we already have these two organizations that you've identified? I don't know the second organization. You haven't stated who that is. However, when you applied for the grant, did we write these two entities into the grant? How did we determine who would get these funds?
So we had actually received this grant prior, and they actually reached out to us, and they offered additional funding. So we already had contracted with Healthy Vallejo from an RFP that was published May of 2025. So part of this, as mentioned, is a grant to extend those services.
So that's not the question I'm asking. The question that I'm asking is, when we applied for the grant, even though someone reached out, I guess the grant maker reached out to us, I am asking, how did we determine these two entities were going to get these dollars if we were being awarded? Were they initially written into the grant?
So
Or
we did an
decide-
RFP for the original grant. And so when we received the additional funding, this is an extension of that current contract.
That Healthy Vallejo already had?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, because that's not clear. And I just want to know how we are selecting and providing additional funds. So the grant dollars that Healthy Vallejo holds today is an extension of this current grant that you're adding this additional 100K to?
Yes.
Correct? Okay, so then the company or the organization that we have chosen for graffiti abatement, is that the case as well? Or is this a new grantee?
That, I don't believe that we've actually issued an RFP or have decided on the entity who will be doing the graffiti abatement.
Okay, so based on your colleague.
Yeah. So it's a little bifurcated. So they do some of that graffiti removal, Healthy Vallejo. I'm not actually sure how the grant was written to actually separate those services. So I know that $100,000 was allocated to extending Healthy Vallejo's contract. For the additional, I think it's $185,000.
Yes.
That, I'm not exactly sure if they've determined who will be specifically in the role of graffiti abatement yet.
When we say they, who are we speaking? Are we talking about the city, or are we talking about Healthy Vallejo?
So, no, I'm not sure if we've issued an RFP for that $185,000 graffiti abatement service. I've seen some documentation with regards to what that entails, but I don't know that that RFP has gone out yet. City Manager Black?
Go ahead, City Manager.
I would just like to make a recommendation. First of all, apologies for not having complete information for you. My recommendation is to carry this over to August the 4th, when we can bring the requisite personnel here to answer your questions.
Thank you. I was going to make that suggestion. I'd like to know, I'm clear now that the $100,000 is an extension to an existing grant, but I'd like to also know how we're going to handle the $185,000. And I have a reason for bringing this forward, and that is when I look at North Vallejo, where Healthy Vallejo is, and I look at South Vallejo, where we don't have per se, a organization operating such as Healthy Vallejo, and we have these dollars. I want to understand how we're bifurcating those dollars and how we are ensuring equity in services across our communities to address different activities that are going on and to assist with abatement and cleanliness within our city holistically. So this is what I'm really pushing on right now about this additional dollars. Not the fact that I don't want Healthy Vallejo to have these dollars, but I want to understand how we're doing the grant work, what we're considering when we're doing it, and how do we make sure from an equitable perspective that we are doing this across our city. So thank you both for that. And thank you, City Manager Black.
We'll bring this back.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Gordon, and then we'll call for a vote.
Thank you. Just maybe I can add a little experience that I had last year. So the city of Vallejo actually, through Public Works, was removing a whole lot of graffiti, and I was honored that it was in my district where I seen it. So that might help a little bit. And then with Healthy Vallejo, when I did my my neighborhood cleanup last year, they were the only ones that showed up. And we did like 4 hours of cleanup through Healthy Vallejo. So I just wanted to share that with you, to my colleague, to let you know that. But with the graffiti, what it was asked of us at the time, I wasn't elected at the time, to take pictures and then send it to Public Works, and then Public Works would come and fix it, and immediately they came and took care of that. So just wanted to add a little bit of that to you.
So I appreciate that, Councilwoman Gordon, and I'm aware of Healthy Vallejo, the work they do and how they've helped in South Vallejo. And I'm making a more regional point about our city, more so than having one or two nonprofits doing the work, and they're doing a great work. And I am quite well aware that particularly in South Vallejo, there is a group of individuals who are working outside of our city. They're in San Francisco and other places doing similar work. And so I'm really looking at globally, regionally within our city, how we're deploying these different services where they're needed, and how we're working with our varying different nonprofit organizations and organizations that live within the framework of each of our communities. And that's really what I'm speaking to, and I appreciate what you've offered to the conversation.
All right, let's go ahead and thank you for that information. And I'll double check if there's anyone in the member of the public that wanted to comment on this item. I know we didn't have anyone earlier. Just double checking.
Through the mayor, we do have a hand raised. Their hand was raised for community forum, but it did.
Okay. We will get them for the second community forum, unless they did need to go.
Let's just double check.
Yeah, let's double check with them.
Antoinette, please unmute yourself. Did you want to speak on the consent item, or did you want to speak on community forum?
Not on that one particular. It was a consent item. I would like to speak on. It was community forum at first, but if this can come before, I would like to speak on 8G, and if possible, I'm not sure if you all know the video that just got released of the so-called chase that was supposed to be stopped by BPD.
So we are
so
limited
I was
in
wondering
who can
if we
speak
could
on which
move that
items. So
up.
we can get you on that at the second forum. Right now, we can take comment on just this item we were just discussing, the Healthy Vallejo contract. But we can have you first for the second forum.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. With that, I think we're ready for a motion on this item.
So I move that we. I move that we table this approval of the First Amendment to the services agreement with Healthy Vallejo Community. Yes.
All right. Do we need to vote on that actually, or do we just need to we just continue it? We're just going to continue it. All right. That was my fault. I was trying to prepare us for the next. Yeah. All right. With that, we are going to go ahead to our action calendar. We don't need to vote. We are going to go ahead and move to our action calendar, and I'll have our clerk call item A. Wait, do we need to just take a short reset? All right, we're just going to take a 30-second break real quick.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to our action calendar, and I'll ask our city clerk to announce item 9A.
Adopt a resolution appointing Harry Black as the city manager, approving an employment agreement between the city of Vallejo and Harry Black, and authorizing the mayor to execute the same.
All right, thank you very much. So I will just say, to start off this process, I want to express my appreciation to our HR department, our director, Stephanie Cifuentes, and April from HR, whose title I cannot remember, but April Adams. They were both tremendously helpful, and we have Nalungo Conley, ECM, here in their stead for this meeting, announcing this item. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, ACM Conley, and then we'll open it up to public and council comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Nalungo Conley, Assistant City Manager, here to present this item. The staff report and a copy of the contract was included in your packet. Just for form, pursuant to SB 707, I have to read out the summary of the terms, so I shall do that now. So the following is a summary of the terms in the proposed employment agreement. In addition to standard terms and conditions of employment as part of the unrepresented executive management employee compensation leave and benefits plan, the term is 60 months. Base salary, $340,432, which was previously approved by City Council on April 28th, 2026, as part of Mr. Black's appointment to interim city manager. Auto allowance of $500 per month, housing allowance of $3,000 per month, deferred compensation, annual maximum plus catch-up, $32,500, COLAs, which is the same in manner as the unrepresented group, and then severance is a graduated rate over the 60-month term that starts at 3 months and gradually increases to a 12-month maximum. So those are the terms and conditions, and that basically concludes the item.
All right. Thank you very much. And as I think most of our members of the public know, interim city manager Black has been serving with us for the last 2+ months. And with the permanent vacancy, the council is tasked now with having him continue with us. And I can say I'm incredibly grateful to have had his leadership for the past couple of months. What I'll do is I'll call our public commenters first, and then we'll see if council members have comments on the item. Do we have commenters in person?
Yes, we do, Madam Mayor. The first speaker and the only speaker that's signed up right now is Calvin Harrell.
Thank you. Good evening, council. Good evening, staff. I stand before you tonight for a simple reason. I haven't been in this chamber in quite some time outside of the membership of the Economic Development Commission, their meetings, because I caretake for my father, who's 96. I had to come down tonight because of this specific item. Council, I am so proud of the changes that have taken place, the accelerated improvement of issues and things around the city. And I must say that it is on part the result of bringing in Mr. Black as an interim city manager. Your decision tonight is a decision, and I hope certainly that it's a unanimous decision. Your decision this evening is a decision that will continue to drive this city the way it needs to go during a time of crises. We have seen far less noise in the streets and other areas in social media, although there's always going to be detractors. Those detractors amount to perhaps 2%, 1%, because there's only 5% that are interested in anything that's going on down here. They just live their life every day. So those detractors don't have much to say about the improvements. I'm here to share with you from my observation, we are seeing change take place before our eyes. It is not exponential, but it's continuing to grow and move in the direction we need to move. So thank you. I certainly hope the decision you make tonight is to bring Mr. Black on in the permanent position. And I thank Mr. Black. Your record of your history of work is far beyond that which we have seen as a city from any city manager that has been hired in the past 30 years. That's a real heavy statement. In 30 years. And what I'm most proud of is the fact that you did not waste resources in sending out a contract for a nationwide search for someone that has no connection to the type of work that needs to be done in this community. It is clear by all of the documentation that Mr. Black has the experience to move this ball the way we need it to move. So thank you very much for your supporting this measure.
Thank you very much. All right, any other in-person speakers?
None, Mayor.
Last call. Anyone online?
Through the mayor, we did have one speaker with their hand raised. Ivy, did you want to speak? She kept seeing the hand go up and down.
Let's give her a second.
Ivy, did you want to speak on this item? I suppose not. Okay, no other speakers at this time, Mayor.
All right, we'll close public comment and we'll move to any council comments. And I will see Councilmember Gordon. We'll go ahead and start with you.
Thank you so much. I just want to first of all be transparent. The only concern that I received was just the amount of time from, and I promised the caller that I would share that. But I explained to them, and please forgive me if you don't understand, a football coach needs 3 years to get that work going. And for this man, he needs to have this time to get this work going because the city of Vallejo needs this type of support. So he thought that we should only do 2 years. So I just wanted to be transparent with you that I promised that I would read that. But outside of that, he had nothing but great things to say about so far what he sees that the city manager is doing. They just would like to see more outreach. That was it. Now, for me speaking, I have been in this seat for over 18 months, and I'm not throwing anyone under the bus, but I am very pleased with City Manager Black because not only is he transparent, we get inundated with a lot of important information equally, and we are empowered. When something happens in the community, we find out about it, and when I get calls, I'm empowered to be able to address those issues. And that is how we as a partner should be, a bridge from the city to the city manager and back to the city to our constituents. I look forward to seeing this work be done. I don't feel it's a honeymoon period. I really believe that you are genuine and you want to see Vallejo flourish and go to a higher elite position. And I appreciate that. And not only just certain district, but all districts. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Other comments, anything from council? Go ahead, Councilmember Bergenser.
Yeah, I'd just like to take this opportunity as well. I just want the city manager to know that I am voting no tonight, only because, not because of your skill set or what you bring to the table. You're totally qualified for this position. We're very happy to have you. The reason why I'm voting no is because, unlike the speaker's opinion, I feel that there has been a major lack of transparency in how all of this unfolded, and I think that we did not get any community input. We did not get any community partner input. We also didn't get any staff input. We're just going on based on a gut feeling that we have based on you've had good performance for the last 2 months, but it's just going up based on our gut instinct. And so that's the reason why I'm voting no tonight.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I'm not seeing anyone else, so I'll just say briefly that, I think particularly in the mayor's role, there is a lot of discussion about the council manager form of government and the type of government a city our size should have and the type of leadership that is needed to provide responsiveness to citizen concerns. And the most important thing that a mayor and council does in a council manager form of government is appoint the city manager. And I want to say to the community that this is a decision that I am incredibly confident in, and can say from having worked with City Manager Black now for 2 months, that the level of responsiveness that we've been able to have, the quickness with my office that we've been able to respond to resident concerns, this steady hand in problem solving. We've got a lot of really tough things we're going to have to be dealing with, that they're going to be multi-year problems. And so one of the reasons why I felt very strongly that we do this is we don't want to lose any time in getting that work done. And there's a real partnership here between this council, the staff, and community that I think the community will get to see and continue to see what we've seen in the coming months and years. And I feel very optimistic about our ability to tackle our challenges together under City Manager Black's leadership. So I'm incredibly supportive of this, and want to encourage the community to take every opportunity to come to events. We'll try to provide some opportunities for you all to meet our city manager and sort of get to know him, so he can be of service to our city. And I do see now Councilmember Ledeju. Go right ahead.
I'd be remiss if I didn't say anything, and I want to say that there's a place and a time and a season for everything. And we were in a season where we needed to make decisions as policymakers. And I believe that we have made this decision with the best interest of our entire city, means all of you and the entire staff that serve the city. And I am committed to this decision. I am committed to his success. I am committed to the staff's success. I'm committed to every constituent who lives in this city, that you are thriving and you are successful, and we have the conditions set for you to thrive. And I am convinced, because as someone who sits in a CEO role, as someone who has turned around several organizations that was not thriving, I know what it takes. And I personally did my research regarding Mr. Black. And I will tell you, as I sit in my current position, I have had individuals who sit in his position speak to me about the choice that we made, and his reputation precedes him. And I'm going to say this to our staff. Change is hard. Transformation is hard. But the question is, are we committed to the transformation? And are we all on the same page about what our city needs and how we're going to get there? Because there will be bumps. It will not always feel good. But the question is, do we know where the North Star is? And that's his job, to help point us towards the North Star as this council is guiding and providing direction. And I will say, I have called less to the city manager's office in these last several months that Mr. Black has been here in my entire time sitting on this dais. He is responsive. I don't need to dig down to staff. It gets done. Here's the issue. How can we resolve this? And I appreciate that, because the constituents of this city deserve that. And some of you are staff who live in the city, and you deserve that as well. So together we are on this journey, and together we are moving, and we can all arrive at the same place and the same point at the same point in time if we roll together. So it's not always going to be fun, but we are here as a body, as a policy-making body. We're serious about the work. I appreciate the work that you do, and sometimes it might not feel like it with all of my million questions. I will say that, but I care about the work that you do. I care about the morale. I care about this city. And so I support Mr. Black, and I'm going to do my part in ensuring that he is successful, so that all of you are successful, and so that our city thrives. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And so as a point of reference, I've been on this council for 3+ years, and as the most senior with Councilmember Brienza and Councilmember Palmares, this is our 4th city manager. Just to put a point of reference to this, and so that gives you the idea of some of the uncertainty, a lot of the change that we as a council have had to have. And one of the challenges that we as a council, especially the 3 of us that have been up here, is being consistent with a lot of the decisions and a lot of the actions that need to happen. So there's been, with that inconsistency, we have been always looking for that barometer of a positive light of where we can go to. And so obviously, as Councilmember Ledger mentioned, Mr. Black's resume and his credentials preceded him. So there was a lot of vetting that a lot of us council members did on him to check out his background, and obviously the way he interviewed with us, we were all impressed, where we unanimously decided to bring him on as city manager, interim city manager. And once again, keep in mind, he's only been here for 2.5 months, and to also keep in mind, the reason he is here, because we were holding leadership accountable. Us 7 members as council, we were holding leadership, our top leader, accountable for some of the things that we may not have been happy with. So that is how Mr. Black has been brought to this position right now. And speaking out and listening to community members, listening to staff. And I typically get quite a few people or comments from staff, community, about a lot of things that are going wrong or things that they don't like. I've gotten nothing but positive input and feedback for Mr. Black. And once again, and this is just a short period of time, but similar to how we've held our previous leadership accountable for this, and we've already shared this with Mr. Black, he will also be held to that same standard of meeting our expectations and wanting to work with us as a council to make sure that he's meeting those expectations. And we as a council, we have learned that there are things that we as a council can do better to make sure that we are working cohesively with our city manager. And so that is some of the things that we will be moving forward as for ourselves, to better ourselves as council, to make sure that the city is moving forward in a positive way. So thank you for that.
Great. Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to quickly touch on some of the points that have been raised. We went through a sourcing process for possible candidates for the interim role. I can say I did my research on each of the candidates that we interviewed. I just want to put that on the record. And not just cursory Google research, conversations, looked at YouTube videos late into the night, all the things. You guys know that's what I do. So I just want to put that on the record that I did do my research in terms of vetting all the candidates, and I appreciate all the different candidates that actually offered up to serve in an interim capacity. We had a very diverse and experienced pool, and out of that pool came Mr. Black. So I want to thank you for taking on that assignment. We've had an intractable economic development problem we haven't been able to solve in decades. I think you've written a book on that, so I'm looking forward to partnering with you to finally address it head on. And we have a lot of, revenue issues that also need to be addressed in the next couple of years. Talking about partnerships with private entities, updating our infrastructure. And so you have substantial amount of experience in that realm too at your previous stops. So again, I'm also looking forward to partnering with you. You are by no means going to solve all these things, but having a steady hand for as long as we're committing to making this partnership in an initial phase, I think will bring much needed stability to our agency and will allow us to have a thought partner in navigating all of these challenges. So again, very thankful that you are choosing us and we're choosing you over the next couple of years. And I'd like to officially welcome you to Vallejo.
All right. Thank you. So with that, again, I'll say I think it's one thing to find someone with tremendous experience and qualifications for a role, and it's a separate thing to find someone who's a fit for your city. your needs at the time, but also just a fit, a culture fit, a values fit, and to be able to get both in the same person in the high need moment, again, is something that I think this entire council really appreciates. So with that, we will look for a motion for this appointment.
Yes, I move that we adopt a resolution appointing Harry E. Black as the city manager, approving an employment agreement between the city of Vallejo and Harry E. Black, and authorizing the mayor to execute the same.
Motion carries with Councilmember Braganza opposed.
All right. Thank you very much. I don't know, Mr. City Manager, if you have anything you want to share. Again, welcome and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be very brief, and you don't need to get scared, because usually when people say I'll be brief, that's a problem. But I'm going to be brief. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I'm also grateful that you have confidence in my leadership ability to bestow upon me this tremendous responsibility. I look forward to continuing to work with each of you. I look forward to continuing to work with staff as well as our community partners. And I will say that we are going to win. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, we will close the item and move on to item B. I'll go ahead and ask our city clerk to call this item.
Adopt a resolution approving the acknowledgement of development agreement, third extension agreement with the Nimitz Group LLC, extending the term of development agreement to September 11, 2031, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and open up public comment on this item for anyone in person or online. And we've got our assistant city manager and economic development manager, Mare Island program manager. We'll turn it over to you whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Good to see you this evening. Gillian Hain, Assistant City Manager, and with me, Erin Hanford, Economic Development Program Manager for Mare Island. Erin's going to start the presentation, and then I will jump in, and then we also have a presentation from our island developer as well. Erin?
Good evening. Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Welcome to the third extension of the Mare Island Development Agreement PowerPoint presentation. What we'll go through is a little bit of history and timeline of the Mare Island Development Agreements. There's more than one. The Planning Department Development Agreement annual review of the DA, we'll talk about that, and then the next steps. So first, I just wanted to touch on the timeline of kind of how we got to where we are now. I think everyone understands when the shipyard was closed on Mare Island, but during that time period from when it was announced of closure to 1999, the city also worked on a reuse plan and later a specific plan that was adopted by the city. And then in 1999 to 2001, there were some two very important agreements that were executed by the city and Lennar Mare Islands, which is LMI, for future reference. One was the acquisition agreement, which describes the terms and conditions of the acquisition and development of approximately 650 acres. We refer to that as the Eastern Early Transfer Parcel. So if you hear me say that in this meeting or another, the EETP, that's the land that was transferred from the Navy to the city to Lennar. And the second was the development agreement, also with Lennar, and that establishes the long-term vested rights to develop a portion of the island, meaning that 650 acres of the EETP. The next year, the Navy conveyed the EETP, Eastern Early Transfer Parcel, to the city, and then it was a back-to-back transfer to Lennar. And then if you fast forward to 2019, Lennar sold the remaining holdings of that property to Mare Island Company, and Mare Island Company assumed the developer agreements. So that would be including the acquisition and the development agreement. And then a couple years later, we entered into a disposition and development agreement. We refer to that as the DDA instead of the DA with the City and Mare Island Company for North Mare Island. So I just want to kind of hit it home that there are two different development agreements for the island right now. There is the South Island, which is the one that happened way back when. That was originally with Lennar Mare Island, and there's the North Mare Island Development Agreement that happened more recently. This meeting tonight, this extension, this last third extension period time is only for the South Mare Island, South DA. It does not have anything to do with North Mare Island. That is a separate agreement that are not tied together. And here's a map just depicting when we say South Mare Island and North Mare Island, you can get a sense of what we're talking about. In terms of past extensions, the original development agreement for South Island was signed on September 12th, 2001. That was a 15-year term with 3 additional 5-year extensions through September 11th, 2031. So Lennar exercised the first extension in 2015, and Mare Island Company, as they had taken over the development agreement, exercised the second extension in 2021. So the current agreement expires September 11th, 2026. Do you want to take over or you want to keep going?
You're doing a good job. So that brings us to today. The third extension that the original development agreement allowed for is before you this evening, and it is the last extension of that South Island development agreement available to Mare Island Company, the developer. As a reminder, the city and Mare Island Company are also negotiating a new development agreement to take all of these old agreements and really put them into one agreement to make it simpler, more streamlined, create those milestones and timelines and expectations and community benefits from the old agreements and moving forward into a new agreement that is going to be paired with the Mare Island specific plan and infrastructure plan. On March 30th, 2026, in compliance with the existing South DA, Mare Island Company submitted a letter exercising that third 5-year extension option to extend the last extension to September 11th, 2031. The city may deny or modify the request, or may not deny or modify the request unless the city finds that Mare Island Company is in an uncured material default under the development agreement. An uncured default is a condition of default that remains after the city has provided Mare Island Company with notice and opportunity to cure. Per the terms of the development agreement, Mare Island Company, they submit annual reports to the planning department showing their compliance with the development agreement. And the city reviews that compliance with the development agreement and the acquisition agreement and double check to make sure that everything is in order to move forward. On March 30th, Mare Island Company did submit that annual DA review to Planning and Development Services. They conducted the annual review, as they do every year, and determined that Mare Island Company was in substantial compliance. There is a portion that was set aside and has been for the last few years, and that is the issue of Mare Island Company's obligation to pay the city a portion of rent revenues. The acquisition agreement requires it, and at the point of transfer from Lennar to Mare Island Company, that payment was no longer made. And that has not been resolved to the city's satisfaction. So we are in a tolling agreement between Mare Island Company and the city on that one issue of the development agreement. Everything else is in substantial compliance. So moving forward, why would we want to approve and move forward this last and final 5-year extension term with Mare Island Company for the development agreement on the South Island? It supports development moving forward on Mare Island. It retains our working relationship with the master developer. It allows Mare Island Company to continue to undertake that master planning and specific planning process we talked about earlier and do some of the pre-development work to invest in those properties and move forward with site prep, rehab, and development of the island. And it allows for that continued negotiation of the new development agreement, which is very important, taking all these old agreements, putting them into one new agreement that applies to the full island and is partnered with that Mare Island specific plan for the new land use and the new extension on development, to combine all of those into one new format and put the performance metrics, put the milestones and those added community benefits that I had mentioned earlier in one location to hold the developer accountable and just to ensure that expectations on both sides are met moving forward with this new agreement. The next steps, if this last and final extension is approved this evening, staff will continue negotiating the following documents with the Mare Island Company: the new development agreement for the entirety of the island, the specific plan and the environmental CEQA and NEPA review. We will work on the reimbursement agreement that all city work on the projects, the aforementioned projects, will be funded through reimbursement from Mare Island Company. And the new facilities agreement regarding disposition of city and leased facilities will continue negotiation, and then a new master sublease agreement for those public trust parcels as well. So this concludes our staff presentation, and I would like to turn it over to Mare Island Company to do their presentation next.
All right. We'll have them come on up. And then after this presentation, as long as staff don't have anything to add, then we'll go to our public comments, and then we'll do council questions and comments.
Making it hard on me. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. I'm Brian Nagy, the Senior Vice President Operations for Mare Island Company. And this is Keith Garner, works with us as outside counsel. He's here to back me up in case I get into hot water with you folks. So I don't anticipate that though. And before I get started, congratulations, Mr. Black. So I like to start these, and I'll say that this is the exact presentation I gave to the Planning Commission. I didn't change anything. I didn't feel like it was right to do that. I wanted to be consistent on everything we're presenting. So this is heavy on 2025. It's a look backwards on 2025 and what we did in that particular year. It's a development agreement annual report. So if you wonder why I'm not focusing more on later this year or earlier this year, that's particularly why. So this is a map I like to use. It's a good visual on showing what we control on Mare Island. Mare Island's 3 miles long, 1 mile wide. We don't control everything, and I like everybody to kind of get a visual that the Navy's still on the island doing some cleanup work. There's other parts and pieces to it that are controlled by state lands, private owners, et cetera. And my particular style in this is I like to do before and afters. This is heavy on operations, on what we did back in 2025. This is an example of doors that get broken in on the bunkers. People break into things all the time. Our team is out there 24/7 making sure that things get put back together. It was mentioned earlier tonight about graffiti in Vallejo, and Mare Island has that same issue. We take care of that in-house, and you don't get to see this very often. These are pictures taken by the cleanup crew. We try and clean this up as quick as possible. Many times this is cleaned up within an hour of it happening. You just don't generally see it on Mare Island, and a shout out to our team that's really good about that. This is another example of damage that happens on sidewalks, cracked pavers, holes in utilidors, things like that we have to constantly clean up on Mare Island. And we do it quietly, but we do it efficiently to make the island look as good as it can. This is a kind of, if you know this sign, you know it's 10 stories up in the air. and it doesn't seem like much, but the poor person that had to go up there and straighten the D out on Island, when you're looking over that wall, which I've done, is not for everybody. So congratulations to the person that did that. Landscaping is something we've improved on the island. We've hired a team of folks to handle just that. If you've driven on the island over the last 4 or 5 years, you've seen an uptick on how it looks, tree maintenance, plantings. It really is nice. This is an example of one of the Q quarters backyards, mostly weeds, mostly crabgrass. We tried to clean this up so it's a better visual impression on the public. And this is where you're starting to see more lawns getting put in. Smaller lawns, though, because Mare Island was full of lawns. And with water being what it is, we're not discontinuing them. We're certainly trying to restrict them and make them smaller. And you're seeing some shrubs put around there and cleaning up the areas around these old Navy housing units. This is another example of before of a front yard. And what we've done to put new planning out there, refresh the look of these units, and it's had a big impact. Once again, backyard, new look. This is these aren't the Q quarters anymore. These are what we call H4, H5. They used to be officers' quarters for hospital workers. We bought these units back a couple of years ago from private ownership, and we have spent a fair amount of money, not just buying them back, but remodeling them. And I can say as of today, I signed the last lease for both these units. We're housing, I think it's 16 Toro students in these buildings. So congratulations to the students for finding housing. And we're really excited about this upcoming semester. Dead tree removal doesn't seem like a big deal until a branch falls in your car or on your house or on your dog or something awful. So we spend probably $100,000 a year. I'm averaging that. It's a big number. It's a preventative maintenance to make sure that dead trees get taken out, branches get thinned, and we have a safe place to walk your dog and walk your kids on Mare Island. So next time you're out there, look up. There's a lot of work that happens up there, and there's a lot of trees through the historic core, and we want to keep it healthy. This is the greenhouse installation project. We just put this on the island in 2025. Kareem, our landscape manager, oversees this, and we are starting to grow plants in here to be used all over Mare Island. We many times grow cuttings. We grow seeds, so we don't have to go out and spend a lot of money on already existing plants in nurseries. So we're starting our own program here to be used all over Mare Island. If you've been on the island, you've seen the goats. We hire Goats R Us, great partners on the island. They have a herd of 700 goats. They're not currently on the island. They leave for a couple months in the middle of the summer because the weeds generally don't grow that well. This year's been a little different with the rains, but if you come out in about a month, they'll be back on North Mare Island munching away on weeds, and we're lucky to have them. Let's see, residential. So this is the interior of some of the units that we just bought. I mentioned a while back that we bought back 2 houses near Toro, remodeling them, redoing the floors, new paint, new furniture, new window coverings, new carpets, and we're excited about having everybody move in, hopefully over the next couple of days. New businesses. This is all the new businesses that moved to Mare Island in 2025. I'm not going to read through each one of them, but we're super happy anytime anybody comes out to Mare Island and wants to relocate their business or start a new business at Mare Island. We've done both over the years, and we're really excited about these guys. A couple of highlights. CHR, these guys were located down at Sears Point, and we convinced them to move their cars, mostly Porsches, racing cars, to Mare Island in one of the buildings down there. So if you're into Porsches, give me a ring. I'll see if we can get you a look-see. Makers Fair. I'm sure you've been out to this. This is a fairly new event on the island. It's started in the last couple of years. Get thousands and thousands of people out here. the most exciting day is Friday when the kids come out and get to play around out there. And so that'll be back again this year. This one's not a great slide for us, but it's a real slide. You can see the drop in employment, and I think it's indicative of what's happening in the county. Mare Island was not spared. The three big losses we had in 2025 were Alstom, the train repair company. We had Mare Island Dry Dock run into trouble, and we had, used to be Factory OS, is now Harbinger. They also ran into trouble. So in a point in time, we're down in jobs, and it's mostly those three industrial users, and we're doing everything we can to bring that back up. So this is a shout out to our events team. This is not easy to do. We had 215 events on Mare Island in 2025. That is really astounding when you think about a short 5 or 6 years ago, we had 0. This is a lot. This is a big jump. And, you know, it says 89,000 guests, but it's probably closer to 100,000. That's 100,000 people that had never been to Mare Island, very likely. So this is part of the reactivation of the island, and to get eyes on this beautiful piece of property that just never got to see it before. Everybody drove by Mare Island, but it never came out. So shout out to the events teams. And these are events, our 4 signature events on the island that we pay for as a company. It's free to the public. If you've been out here recently, you probably came out to the July 4th event where we had drones and all that. That was a great event. We also do one in Halloween, we do one in the holidays, and then we do one in the spring. So if you haven't been out, please come on out. These are other events that are sponsored by other companies. Dock of the Bay, Meat Carnival, really, really fun events. And check out our website. If you can't memorize this and you're not writing it down, check out our website. It's all on there, and we encourage you to come out. The Quarters Coffee House. I imagine everybody has been there. I hope so. We're really, really proud of it. And I think it got a bunch of awards in 2025, Best Coffee House, et cetera. So if you haven't been there, please come out. We also redid some tennis courts that were old Navy courts and sat there for years. And we invested in this with our own company money to create 3 new pickleball courts and a tennis court and a couple of basketball hoops. And we weren't sure how busy it was going to be. We kind of rolled the dice a little bit. This was a 6-figure investment, and we don't charge. You can go onto the reservation system and make a reservation, no charge. We get 500 reservations a month on this. So I think our worry did not come to fruition. Also, we brought back Morton Field to being available to lease. If you want to use it for an hour, you can. If you want to use it for a longer period of time, a weekend or what have you, you can go onto a reservation system and check out Morton Field. We had to go in and put a brand new irrigation system in. We had to reseed it. We had to fix a lot of gopher holes. If anybody used it in the past, it was an ankle buster. It really was. So really nice job on our landscaping team. And you can see that from this side of the river. The National Park Foundation has got their 5 vessels at Mare Island. Super excited to have them on the island continuing. They're looking to extend their lease on Mare Island. We hope they do. And they've opened up their ships for tours. So you can check out their website and find out more about when that's available. We also brought an art program to Mare Island that we try and rotate art every 6 months. This is an example of some art that was down there that isn't down there anymore. The new stuff is out there now, so come down and check that out. And development, we always want to touch base on what we've been working on. Conley Corridor, submitted that for phase 1. We've had a little bit of a challenge on the utility side that you're all familiar with, so I won't go too deep into that, but that's one of the things we're working on currently. The beautification project we're working on, some more challenges there. We have a building that needs to be abated, at least what's left of the building, and the Navy is still doing some cleanup up there. So that delayed the start of this. We're hoping we can get this going before the end of the year, because I've heard good news that the abatement of the building up on North Mare Island is moving forward. So that's great news. And then really the crown jewel of what we're working on every day, for everybody that works on the team focuses on the specific plan. This is really what we're focusing on, so we can get going as a unit to work with the city and the community to start building Mare Island to its highest best use. And this is an example that you've probably seen if you've watched any of these presentations, which also are on our website if you want to take a look at that. This is a rendering of what it might look like as far as entitlements on the island, and what the densities might look like as far as housing and industrial uses, et cetera, et cetera. And with that, I will end it and open up questions for everybody.
All right, thank you very much. Did we have anything else we wanted to add from the staff side to close out? I think what I'm going to do is take public comment, and then we'll do council questions and comments. So we'll have you guys be available when the council asks questions, but we'll take the public comment first. Thank you. Let's go ahead and call our in-person speakers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have 3 speakers signed up in this order. Nicole Gordillo, followed by Sherry Ann Grimm, followed by Daniel Boone.
Appreciate that. No problem. Good evening, Mayor, members, and staff. My name is Nicole Gordillo. I'm a field representative with the North Coast State Carpenters Union at Local 180. I cover Solano County. I'm honored to speak for you today on behalf of our members. Let me share a little bit about myself. I'm a 12-year member that comes from a journey of growth and success that was made possible by the support of the Carpenters Union. As I look back, I can't help but be proud of the power of the collective solidarity of the Carpenters Union. It begins with apprenticeship, a moment in life where the Carpenters Union opened the door to opportunities through training, mentorship, and hands-on experience. I'm honored with the skills I have learned that I will use throughout my lifetime. As the project moves forward, it presents the opportunity to create a lot of good jobs for the local brothers and sisters right here in our own community. That's why we asked the developer to hire a responsible general contractor who provides carpenter area standard wages, meaningful labor compliance, apprenticeship opportunities that are state accredited, and health care for workers. Responsible development meaning partnering with contractors who treat workers fairly, support labor standards, and safe working conditions. So I ask you, will there be a labor standards on this project like it was created for me? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sherry Ann Grimm.
Good evening. Whoop, is this working? I have to use this one? Okay. Good evening, and congratulations. I recognize that under the development agreement, Mare Island Company has the contractual right to exercise this 5-year extension. The annual reviews approved by the city, despite little meaningful development, allowed that option to vest. So tonight isn't about whether you can deny the extension. It's about recognizing how we got here and making sure that it's never repeated. When the North Mare Island Development Agreement came before a previous council, many in the community warned it was a bad deal. Council members Diaz, McConnell, and Areola opposed it because the protections were weakened. Performance milestones were negotiated away, legal protections were softened, and the so-called clawback protected the developer far more than the public. Instead of preserving the city's leverage, its development stalled. The agreement left the city with almost none. More than 4 years later, we're seeing exactly what many of us predicted. The promised development has not occurred. The developer is entitled to another 5 years because the agreement was written that way. The city had another opportunity to protect Mare Island residents. Instead of enforcing the legally required provisions of the rate and method of apportionment that could have provided meaningful CFD tax relief, the city entered into a tolling agreement that allowed the uncollected revenue to remain unresolved, so this extension could move forward tonight. Once again, no burden was placed on the developer. It was placed on the same approximately 320 families who have borne the consequences of failed development and a mismanaged CFD. For more than 2 decades, Mare Island families have paid the highest police and the CFD taxes in Solano County, in addition to their regular property taxes. Since 2022, we've repeatedly been told relief was only 2 years away. Yet here we are with no end in sight. Since 1991, California has advised local governments to evaluate the combined burden of overlapping taxes and to avoid excessive or inequitable special tax burdens on a particular class of taxpayers. Vallejo has failed us on both accounts. At some point, the City Council and the staff must stop treating 320 Mare Island families as the financial backstop for failed development agreements and general fund challenges. That is neither equitable nor is it good governance. There can be no trust when no one is held accountable for this mess and a small group of families are continually asked to sacrifice. We made some progress this year with this council in rebuilding trust, but to read in the staff report about the tolling agreement after we asked 2 years where that uncollected revenue is, pretty much just takes us 2 steps backward.
Thank you.
Our final in-person speaker is Daniel Boone.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Honorable City Council members. Welcome, Mr. Black. I had 3 points that I wanted to make about this approval that you are going to give tonight. The first point was about the new agreement, but I don't think I could be more compelling than Assistant City Manager Hain, who gave you a good rundown in the presentation about why a new agreement is needed. That seems to be an undisputed point. All I would say further about that is just because you are extending the existing agreement for 5 years, don't lose the urgency on negotiating the new agreement because it is urgently needed. The second point I wanted to make is actually echoing a point that City Manager Black made in a recent meeting when we were talking about Mare Island CFDs and the new agreement. And his observation was that when a city negotiates with a developer, the developer always brings their best, most sophisticated negotiators to protect the developer's interests, as they should. That's what's expected. The flip to that is the city also must bring its best, professional and sophisticated negotiators to protect the city's interests, all of our interests. So I urge you to keep that in mind as well. The third point I wanted to make, Assistant City Manager Hain mentioned that the new agreement would be tied to the specific plan and the infrastructure plan. But it also needs to be tied to CFDs. CFDs have to be part of the discussions about the new agreement and the new specific plan. As Ms. Grimm already mentioned, residents have been paying the max tax for more than 20 years because of the CFDs, which the city's own expert, Susan Goodwin, has called crazy, out there, never seen anything else like it, resulting in residents paying over $67 million in extra taxes for police and fire that no other Vallejo taxpayer pays. That should not continue for 5 more years. That would be wrong. So please do the right thing, keep the urgency on negotiating a new agreement, which includes discussion about the CFDs. Thanks.
Thank you. I believe that's our in-person speakers.
No other in-person speakers, Mayor.
All right. Do we have anyone online?
Through the mayor, no speakers online at this current time.
All right. With that, we will close out public comment on this item. We'll open it up to questions and comments from City Council. I'm not seeing, I do see Councilmember Palmares. Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you, Brian, for your presentation as well. So I just have a few questions. So the 2031 extension, I'm assuming that's just kind of overkill to make sure that we have enough time. We're not actually expecting to extend or need that time, that 5 years.
Correct.
So, Mr. Boone made a comment about urgency. Is there any language we could incorporate that holds our feet to the fire? I mean, not just my Island Company, but just making sure that we are moving steadily toward, getting a specific plan done. We're not waiting indefinitely. I know we all share the same sense of urgency, but I've also, been here long enough to see things lagger. So, do you have any comment on that?
So we do have our outside counsel, who is our expert online, Jerry Ramiza. We can have him speak to that, but there are, in the North Mare Island, which is separate from tonight's South Mare Island extension, there are timelines and milestones that need to be met. Jerry, are you available? Is he in there?
Yes, I am. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I can say on the new development agreement that there are already discussions on some of the terms that are not directly connected to knowing all the details about the specific plan and the development pro forma. So we're already working on that. There's also a fairly comprehensive reimbursement agreement that is nearly done and I believe about ready to be signed that'll commit Mare Island Company Nimitz to paying the city's costs of its various experts working on the project, as well as all the various studies that need to be done in order to ensure that the new development agreement addresses thoroughly the issues that have been brought up this evening and at other meetings. So anyway, those are some of the things that are, I would say, a demonstration of some commitment on the part of both sides, both the city's negotiating team and its master developer partner, to be moving forward expeditiously with the new agreements.
Okay. But let's entertain the possibility that, and I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but we don't see any real progress by, say, 2030. Is there like a fine that could be associated with it? Hey, like, we don't see the level of commitment, from Mare Island Company as far as, meeting us in the middle with that. Is there something that can be incorporated, something like that?
Well, not without negotiating an amendment to the agreement, and the extension is really set up in such a way that it's available to Mare Island Company. I would say that the value of the remaining 5-year extension, it's not really of tremendous value to Mare Island Company because they're not going to be able to build out their property on Mare Island that they have within a 5-year period to take advantage of the existing terms of the development agreement.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
they are going to need a new development agreement to accompany the new specific plan.
Okay.
In addition, through the mayor, if I may, just to remind you, on one of the slides, the city may not deny or modify this request for extension unless we put Mare Island Company in material uncured default, and we have not done that at this time.
Okay. And just, I want to talk about infrastructure a little bit, and I know that's a very lofty subject right now, but in your professional opinion, is there anything that we can or should add as far as ensuring that the conversations we're having or should be having with regard to infrastructure, like, is there any language we need to include here or any kind of stipulation we need to include here to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success for the remainder of the year and maybe even early next year?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything to be done this evening in connection with the extension, but I would say that it is definitely on our radar. And one of the differences between the North Mare Island DDA and the 2001 development agreement is the North Mare Island DDA shifted infrastructure maintenance and repair obligations, particularly around wet utilities, water, sanitary sewer, storm drains, to the developer. So it relieved the city of that obligation, which has been a drain on operational costs for the utility district, maybe to a lesser extent the city, but certainly to the city's utility district. And my expectation is that that will be a topic of conversation and a point to be negotiated on the new development agreement for other parts of Mare Island.
Yeah, and I know we're all expecting a very collaborative infrastructure plan whenever that comes about. I think this is my first salvo at this. I'll leave it to my colleagues to see if they have any questions and see if I want to chime in again. But thank you.
Councilmember Bergenser.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Building on what Councilmember Palmeras was saying, I'm just wondering if we could build in a council review as part of maybe the annual planning and development services review. That would at least be a touch point that the council gets to see this every year versus it coming before us in another 5 years for another plan. If we can add that, I think that would be really helpful to the future council.
Absolutely. Usually this does come back each year, but it's just an info item, but we can bring it back like we did this evening and do the staff presentation and the developer presentation, both moving forward yearly.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, and thank you, Brian, for your presentation. So I'd like to bring light to one of the shining gems that we do have that wasn't really discussed on Mare Island right now is our education and our college programs that are on there. So those that may know or understand is that so Cal Poly has come in and helped upgrade what used to be called Cal Maritime. So they are thoroughly expanding at this point. And so we also have Touro University on Mare Island. So and they have built a robust reputation in the medical and science field. So looking at expecting those to expand, and obviously now that City Manager Black is on board here now, so I would like to make this bring light to the opportunity, the economic development opportunities, utilizing those forces that we have over there right now. And so the question I have right now is the fact that Mare Island has kind of been a talking point now from a maritime standpoint, and the fact that now that the world knows that Collinsville did not get the $1 billion contract that ended up going to Texas, so that gives, in my mind, and I hope we're looking at it this way, that Mare Island has the upper hand for any opportunities from a maritime industry standpoint, and I had the opportunity, along with Councilmember Palmeras, to join a graduation that actually occurred on Mare Island with the Working Waterfront Coalition. So for those that may not be familiar with that program, that is actually a 10-week program that once you complete that program, you are ready and to get into the maritime industry through a lot of the training and the education that they have. So that was a new program that came to my attention, and the fact that I was honored to, and Councilmember Palmeris were honored to speak at that graduation gave me light to, we need to promote these type of opportunities, and especially with maritime being a good focal point, that we can do that we can highlight a lot of the educational benefits that we actually have on the island that may not be getting the attention that it should be, in my mind. And the fact that maritime, and obviously with the help of Congressman Garamendi and his push with the SHIPS Act and pushing for Mare Island to get a lot of the funding from a federal standpoint, I'm hoping that we have a game plan in place to bolster our education program there, and hopefully bolstering our waterfront there, along with the dry docks, that I think we can get more work there now with a lot of the opportunities that should be available to us. So that would be my ask, is for us to put a focus on the maritime industry, that we can have that opportunity to do moving forward.
Great. Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a quick question for city staff. So during the presentation that Brian was sharing out, he said that there was an update on Zone A. Can you just share with us what that update is? He said there had been some...
beautification plan,
Yes,
phase 1.
because I asked about this the last time. So.
Yes. So if you recall, the city entered into an agreement and a DTSC agreement and a contractor agreement to do some remediation and cleanup work on Building 571. And so that has moved forward and has been approved, and work is, I believe, I don't see Leonard in the audience, but forthcoming very quickly. You know the timeline?
I actually checked up on just where the status of that is. The work plan was drafted by our consultants through Public Works. And per our agreement with Mare Island Company, that draft went to them for review. They had comments. We reviewed those comments. I think we're very close to an agreement, and we can move forward on it. But that's what's been happening in the
Last I heard, it should be completed by fall. But we can get back to you with a little more exact timeline and email the council.
Okay. Yeah. Would love to see this happen soon.
Yes.
The next set of questions I have are for our Mare Island Company reps. Can you guys come up, please? And I want to start out with one of the comments made by the representative from the Carpenters Union. Are you in a position this evening to commit to a PLA? Or any general comments you guys want to make around that topic, because I want to make sure that that's addressed.
Well, we're currently under one now, under the current specific plan that we're operating under. So I would anticipate that we will have something similar as we negotiate the new specific plan. I wouldn't expect it to be any different. Maybe different terms, but yes.
Okay, great. Second question is, I don't know if it's a question or just a general comments, because I want to make sure we're putting things, we're just having a conversation. So what happened with Connolly Corridor? Because, I heard from the outside counsel on the line that any build out on your part may take more than 5 years. That's a general representation he made. I don't know if you guys agree with that, but I think one of the things that community was expecting was to see movement on Connolly Corridor. So can you share from your vantage point what the plan is in a world where we deal with the infrastructure question? What are you guys prepared to do with Connolly Corridor over the next couple years?
This is something the question's been asked a lot. And as you would expect, we committed to this it's a different, the DDA is different than tonight, so it shouldn't have an impact on it. But nevertheless, I will answer the question. We would love to get started on this. We really would. We've said that all along. We committed to it. We ran into infrastructure issues that I think you're all familiar with, and were out of our control. And we can't spend our owner's money to develop a phase of that project not knowing what the future holds and who owns the system, the sewer system specifically, who's going to maintain this as we march through our projects. And so that's out there. I think there's been good progress made between the city and the district. I appreciate that, and we're optimistic that we're going to get there. And we would love to start this project as soon as we can, but we have to have the utilities in place to do it. I've heard whispers of folks saying that we as a developer are slowing things down, land banking, different things like that. That couldn't be farther from the truth. We've spent all the money that we did to buy the island. We have spent somewhere in the area of $70 million thus far. And time is money for us. Every day we lose money at Mare Island. We got to get to the finish line. We got to get, I'll agree with Daniel Boone, and I don't agree with Daniel Boone every day. So this is a red letter day. Everybody got to witness it. This is urgency. We've got to get the specific plan in place so we can do what we were brought here to do, which is develop Mare Island. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. And then there were also some comments raised from our public commenters around the tolling agreement. So would your legal counsel want to comment on that at all?
I hope so, because I'm not going to.
You were doing really well. Get my glasses out so I can see my notes. So this is an area where we do have, I think, a disagreement with members of the staff and the city when we've discussed this issue in the past. We believe that we are in full compliance with the acquisition agreement and therefore the development agreement. The 5% gross lease revenue provision derives in the acquisition agreement. It's tied, this is going to get a little technical, so apologies in advance. It's tied to leases that were, I believe they were first referred to as reuse area subleases and then eventually LIFOCs. There's a specific schedule of leases attached to the acquisition agreement. The short version of that is those leases are no longer in existence. When Erin was giving her presentation, she mentioned the Eastern Early Transfer parcel. When Lennar took title to the property, the its sublease, so it was with the city, Lennar was subleasing or leasing the property from the city and then leasing the property to tenants. The sublease structure disappeared. And so that's what the 5% gross revenue payment, in our view, is tied to. There's the structure of the acquisition agreement contemplates a different participation agreement related to ownership when the ownership stage of the property. That's a separate issue from the gross lease revenue, get tongue-tied. But our view is that we are not obligated to pay the gross lease revenue because we effectively own the property.
Okay.
I will just say, as others have said too, we've had some discussions about this. Our view, as echoing Brian, we very much want to move forward. And the quickest way that we can move forward instead of fighting over an issue is to finish the specific plan, negotiate the terms of this new development agreement. I can tell you we've spent some time, including earlier this week, talking about different public benefits. All of that's going to there'll be a new deal. So we're expecting that and anticipating that, and rather than rolling up our sleeves and fighting over the gross lease revenue, we're trying to move forward.
Okay. And I'm happy to hear that. As I shared with your team, representatives from the organization, I want to be solutions oriented and also move forward. But what I don't want, just letting you know today, so I still have some time on here, is we're agreeing to work together, right? And then a few years from now, you guys come back, you put something in front of us, and you say, well, time's up. You guys got to approve this, and it is what it is. Nothing got done around that. So I share that commitment to want to move things forward. But I do want to make sure that those negotiations are happening and we're sorting through all these issues. Because I will pull back the tape from today, several years from now, and I'll say, we made a commitment to work this out, a few years from now. So the last question I have is for Brian. You had a slide. Thank you for answering my questions. You had a slide on business attraction. It's actually happening at the island.
Yes.
What role can we play to support business attraction on the island? Because I want to see 3 or 4 slides with businesses coming on. So how can we help you?
Great question, and I appreciate it, because I think what we're doing right here, talking in a productive way as a group of people, sends the right message to the world that Vallejo is open for business. They've got a council that is very interested in economic development, and we, as a developer of Mare Island, are very interested in the same thing. So this is very, very helpful. We have hired JLL as our broker, which is one of the best in the world. They're a global representative. They're working in link step with us to shop our very important buildings and land on Mare Island to the world. It was mentioned about the SHIPS Act and shipyards and all that stuff. We are pursuing that actively to try and get some business to Mare Island to continue the legacy of what was done there for the last 170 plus years. So we couldn't be more excited. Everybody asks who you're talking to. I can't mention that because we're under NDAs with most of it. Anytime you're under an NDA, that's a good indication we're going in a good direction. So stay tuned. We're doing everything we can. I appreciate the partnership with the council and with city staff. They've been great. But we've got the best guys out there, and we will let you know when we have an update.
Sounds good. I'm happy to hear that, and look forward to the continued conversation. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I've got Councilmember Gordon and then Councilmember Letajou.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate this opportunity to hear what's moving forward. I also appreciate that you reached out to us council members to develop that conversation, and you've been doing that regularly. But what I was really impressed is that you had already met with our city manager, and you all are working together, what it sounds like, and I appreciate that very much. Working with the team such as our crew right here, we appreciate Gillian, and definitely we appreciate your work that you both have been doing for us. I want to say thank you for meeting the needs of Touro University because housing has been very much a challenge for them. So I'm glad to hear that. I do have a couple of questions that was asked of me. Now, when I came here in 2005, there were, when Lennar had already owned it for a couple of years at that time, I remember them meeting with us, and they had showed us a model. And I know I'm not comparing you to them, but just asking for help. I like to know why there's no grocery store there. The individuals have to come so far to get groceries, number one. The next one, because at that time, they were going to utilize the original commissary that was there towards next to Highway 37. And then also they were going to utilize the gas station there to produce gas, because it's a challenge for that as well. The next question I would like to ask is how we, which my colleagues already asked, how we can help support you, but also to having diverse businesses in the community is really important. These are just questions that were asked me to ask you. And then I'm glad to see that the union, the Carpenter Union, is here sharing their concerns, because that has also been a concern. Have you had partnership conversations? It's not our business at that point, but just asking. that you would continue that conversation, because like you pointed out, your graph is dropping. And I believe partnering with communities such as the testimony was shared, that word of mouth is the best advertisement, you know? And if you're treating someone good, hey, they're going to advertise for you for free. So having that relationship is really great. And I do agree with you. It is growing. It's just a snail position. And I know you all have desires. And the only thing I would like to also say for your beautification, can I be blunt?
Say that again?
Can I be blunt?
Yeah.
I do appreciate you fix some of the items, but like when you paint over something, you put like a blob paint over it, so it still stands out. I might not know what was there before, but it's not like you paint the whole building. And then also when you repair the sidewalk, it's nice that those nice beautiful cobbles are there, but the rest looks bad. So with that wonderful qualification that you have, if you're gonna do it, please do it right. You know, just so it doesn't look obvious, you know? I mean, I'm not criticizing, just if you're gonna do it, just do it right. That's it. I have black and white and it's obvious. So I appreciate you letting me share those concerns with you, but I really do believe you're moving forward. You look at La Rosso, he had what? A couple hundred folks there. The White Lotus Party last year had almost 350 people, 305 people, 5,000 people, yeah. And then plus the Pista Sanaya, they have multiple people there. So you are definitely right. You're pulling folks to the community, into Mare Island to appreciate it. And also, too, you are involving inland folks as well. So we appreciate you are doing much better, and I thank you for that.
Thanks for the comment. I'll start with your last comment first. I always appreciate, and anybody who's worked with me, I appreciate criticism. I love it when people challenge what we're doing in Mare Island, because the end result generally is a better result. And so thank you for that. Now, specifically on concrete pavers, these are new ones compared to ones that are probably over 100 years old. It's really hard to pour a paver that looks 100 years old. Where their goal there is in a couple of years that it starts to look and age like the ones next to it. So we're doing the best we can to match. So every time we look at the island and do that, that's the intent, is that it will start to blend together and start to look like the original. So that's my first comment. The second thing that you mentioned was grocery stores and gas stations. Grocery stores, if we could put a grocery store in Mare Island and it could pencil, we'd do it tomorrow. It just, you need a lot of activity in a space in order to get a grocery store to make sense. And we've talked to a lot of different grocery store ideas. The business plan doesn't work yet. It will when we start to get development out there and we get more residents out there and we get more people working out there. That's when it starts to pencil. So once again, the solution to this issue is very likely the specific plan. Let's get that going so we can do what we came to do, which is build houses and bring more business to Mare Island. Gas station, same type of thing. The other thing was diverse business. I'm not sure quite how to handle that one, but I would say that we focus on chemistry of business on Mare Island. And what I mean by that is we love business that interacts with other business. And a good example is the National Park Service came out to Mare Island, 2-3 years ago? They didn't know anybody. And I just found out this week that their exclusive company of repairing their trucks and everything that they use on Mare Island is being done by Triton Truck, another Mare Island business. And that's a story I could go through the rent roll and tell you about. Lynn Marine. National Park Service isn't there without Lynn Marine. They put a bid out to get those ships brought up to Mare Island. Nobody bid on it. They couldn't get anybody to do it. So we called up Lynn Marine and said, can you help? They did. So there's a chemistry we build at Mare Island. We don't want to just bring a business there to be a business. We want them to be a community business that works with everybody. So I don't think it directly answers your question, but it's an example of what we try to do every day at Mare Island.
I want to thank you. When I was saying diversity, I was meaning not culturally, but just business itself. You know, just offer a lot more. But maybe going back to the gas station and one, you know, in the military, we had commissaries and then we had PX. You know, something small, you know, nothing really huge, but just to start off with, and maybe not 4-point pumps, but just maybe one pump, just something to think about. And then can you please clarify that at this moment, you're not planning to put a data center?
We're not specifically looking to put a data center. As you know, it's a challenge on the utilities to do that. So as of this point, no, we're not looking to do that. And I'll answer one more question to back up. I didn't address the grocery store properly. I didn't finish it. We did put a small grocery store in Mare Island. It's in the Quarters Coffee House. So we did that for the residents out there. We have milk, we have eggs, we have yogurt, we have those kinds of things so that they don't have to leave the island. They can come down and get the basics. And that was the intent, to bridge the gap to the day we can actually bring, you know, a smaller grocery store on the island.
Thank you so much. I think somebody didn't get that info because that was one of my questions that they asked. So thank you so much for your patience. Again, thank you for the partnership.
Councilmember Lettigiou.
Hi, thank you all for the presentation. So as I was listening to the presentation, I heard several different issues that I think have conflated the presentation, and I want to separate them for myself. So the first, does the existing development agreement provide the developer with a contractual right to this extension absent an uncured material default?
I'm going to let our outside counsel legally answer that question. Jerry?
Yes, hello again. Yeah, the answer to that is yes.
Okay, so you can just stop right there. So then today's action is simply acknowledging that contractual right.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. So basically, I think we should have been really clear and stated that, because we don't have an option. You haven't brought anything before us that says there's the material uncured action by this group. Secondly, or lastly, when we talk about the negotiations over the new development agreement, we're talking about including new performance metrics, community benefits. This is completely a separate policy decision that will return to the council at a later date, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then my question to that is, since that's the case, are those performance metrics, milestones, and community benefits, have we already begun to really agree upon those principles? Because what you've brought to me is, you really can't, council, all you can do is, we're bringing this before you, we're telling you what's going on, and frankly, I don't even know why we need a vote, because there is nothing to vote on, because it's their contractual right. And I think for me, what the real concern and issue and challenge is, what are we gonna do about making a commitment, to your point, to having this document brought back to us in a timely manner, and what is the milestone and timeline to do that? That, to me, is what's most important in this presentation. Because the other part, the first part, is it's not an option. They haven't done anything that is uncurable. So what are the timelines? That's what I really want to know. And I think that's what should have been brought to us. Because on behalf of the community, the 300 plus families that live on Mare Island, that's important. Because when I have those constituents come and stand here and say, I'm continuing to pay CFDs, I've been paying them for over 20 years. We've explored it, we've talked about it, and we continue to say, to move forward, we need to get the specific plan done. So what is the timeline for the specific plan? That's what I really want to know today.
So thank you for your questions. If you recall back in April, we did do a study session about the different development agreements and process and timeline. So I can just remind us of what we talked about back in the end of April. Again, to your point, tonight is about the South Island DA extension. And we did not bring all of that information back for this evening. We are in negotiations with our expert negotiators and our developer currently, fleshing out all of those potential milestones, community benefits, metrics, and measures, and those will come back for public input and for council input. The timeline currently right now, the specific plan, most recently in February got a letter from the city of incompleteness. So the developer is working on those items of incompleteness in the specific plan, and they are working on the studies that are necessary for the infrastructure plan. And we are told that this fall it will be resubmitted, the specific plan and infrastructure plan, for city staff and public review.
So initially, we were supposed to see it by September. It was supposed to, wasn't that true, that it was going to be completed?
Fall is what we were told. So continuing.
So what progress have we made to make sure that we're really going to meet that timeline?
So it's really in the developer's court to do that. We've been meeting with them biweekly on the development agreement negotiations with the entirety of both teams to move that process forward concurrently as they're working with their engineers and design team to update those plans for resubmittal. In addition, the CEQA process has been kicked off when we've begun that. We've contracted with our consultant and we've begun that initial CEQA process, which also has to happen concurrently with all of this information. So to answer your question specifically, in the fall is when we will see that edited plan, amended plan, and infrastructure and CEQA moving forward.
So are we talking early fall? Are we talking later fall? The fall is September, October, November, December. And then when I get to December, somebody's going to tell me, oh, we're going to get it done in January, February, the first quarter of the new year. I'm pressing this for the 300 residents at Mare Island, and the very point that you made, that for every time lapse, it's costing you money. So how can, I'll just, because I'm one vote, how can I help you and us get to a timeline where we are not moved past December 31st, 2026?
City Manager, did you want to get in on
Yeah,
this?
I just wanted to say, I believe it was mentioned that we would be providing you all with periodic updates. What's the frequency that we're thinking? I'm thinking
Quarterly.
Yes, yeah, we will be providing you all with quarterly updates, staff as well as the developers together. And you'll know exactly what progress we're making as it relates to negotiating this new development agreement.
So when will be the next update if you're going to, if in fact we're talking about sometime in fall that we're going to be done? So when will be the next one? Because it's
October.
okay, because it's the end of July. I'm just being, you know.
October.
Okay, so I'm listening.
Yeah, I can just briefly address the schedule, and thank you, City Manager Black. We've talked a lot about the infrastructure issues, and that really is a bit of a logjam. We have detailed comments on the specific plan. I can assure you that the design team, the legal team, the army of consultants that the Mare Island Company has working on the specific plan are meticulously working through all of those. A lot of them a lot of them are contingent on the infrastructure plan. When I last spoke before you, I think I shared, we are expecting an internal draft that's internal to the Mare Island Company in August, and then we hope, as Gillian mentioned, that we'll be in a position to share that with the city along with the next draft, the specific plan in the fall. I don't, at this point, have a more exact date that I can share with you, but I do expect that when we come back in October, we'll have that.
Okay. So why I'm also pressing is I'm holding us all accountable. It can't be one is saying this and the other is saying that. It is, how are we marching together? Because the reality is, while yes, you might be losing money, the reality is the constituents that we serve, they are also being heavily impacted. So together, we need to move forward and be expedient about how we're going to resolve whatever the different issues are that come up in the process, and we know those kinds of things happen. But what is our level of commitment to make sure that this project is moving and we are getting things done? Because the reality is, as constituents come up and are bringing their concerns, we don't have an option whether you get the extension or not, period. And so the real question is, what I brought forward is, how are we going to get this plan done so that we can figure out how to move forward and make sure that the 300 constituents for the last 20 years or plus have been paying CFDs, we can give some relief and the island moves forward. That is what I am concerned about most today. Thank you.
All right, that is one time through the entire council. I see council members Palmares and Bergenzer. I am going to remind us that we do have 4 more action items and a police reform update, and that I will be working with the city manager and the vice mayor to make sure we do get these updates on council so that we don't, feel like we have to take an item like this and turn it into a catch-all everything Mare Island item, that there will be more opportunities for us to discuss all of the other intricacies of Mare Island. But I will honor the lights of Councilmembers Palmares and Bergenzer, and will just encourage us to stick to the South Island DDA. Councilmember Palmares.
Well, after that. So Brian, I know we talked about this privately, but there are facilities on Mare Island that could possibly support advanced manufacturing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And coincidentally, we got Island Energy here, and I see Jordan's back there, and we're also part of the Green Empowerment Zone. And one of the initiatives that I'm pushing for is clean energy manufacturing, especially on Mare Island. I wish the city manager was here, but what I would like to ask our city manager, I guess you're here too, but is, what would it take to get some sort of headhunter to help facilitate and poach those firms that are just getting beyond startup, that are just starting to scale up? Because I think that's where that sweet spot is. We could get them and bring them to Mare Island.
I can speak to Mare Island.
Sure.
I mentioned earlier we've brought on JLL as our broker, and they are doing just what you're talking about. They're going from startup level to established businesses, not just on the West Coast, not just on the nationwide, but they're going global. So we are doing just that, trying to find everybody and anyone that fits into what we've got on Mare Island. So thank you for the question, but yes, we are doing just that.
Absolutely, and that's not knocking you guys. I appreciate
No,
that.
not taken as such.
But city manager, I just feel that the city should take a more proactive role with considering we have the facilities that have the right amount of power, and because we're with Island Energy and Mare Island, we have a very good advantage over other cities in the region.
We are totally on the same page. We're thinking about that the same way that you're thinking about it every day, and we've started the process of beginning to strategize and to mobilize our resources to be able to start doing that. The key is, hopefully, within the next couple of months or so, we'll be in a position to be able to pursue investment opportunity in a couple of different ways. One is to do it the traditional, normal way in terms of identifying assets, packaging them up, and introducing them to the marketplace. In addition to that, getting on a plane, identifying investors, and going to spend time with them with the same asset. So that's a priority. We're starting the process of preparing for that, and because that's the only way to do this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No, I appreciate that. And, we could talk later offline. And one last thing is with regard to Conley Corridor, I don't need to get into the details on that, but to the city manager, can we help facilitate the conversations and get us on the right track with Conley Corridor? I hear what Brian has to say. I also hear what VFWD has to say. I think we should try to facilitate that a little bit more aggressively just to make sure we're on the right track with Conley Corridor.
I was going to see if the city manager had a response, and then we can get you in.
Yeah, and the city attorney will certainly add to whatever I'm going to say, probably much more to what I'm going to say. It is my understanding that we're working through those issues. Yeah, we're working through those issues. They're not really issues. They're more process-related things which we control. And so the key is it's incumbent upon us to put the pressure on one another to just get it done.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
just that simple.
Absolutely.
It's us.
Yeah.
It's us. We've got to put the pressure on each other to just get it done. This is one of the smallest things that we will be encountering over this total journey.
Yeah.
This is a small thing, relative speaking to what's to come.
I just want to make sure that we're not succumbing to the group project syndrome where we're all just waiting on each other to do something. So I'm glad you're on it.
City Attorney, did you want to add to that?
Go ahead, City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to put a little bit more detail on that, as council is aware, you had requested that we engage in conversation with the help of mediator around some of the issues on particularly wastewater infrastructure on the island. That process has begun. We have extended an invitation to the Mare Island Company to participate with us in that process. In our first couple of meetings, we've been able to close some gaps about where our differences may be in terms of as between the city and the wastewater district, and narrowed those issues substantially. And then that little piece in between where we haven't been able to narrow those issues will in fact require some additional participation, some additional meetings, and then obviously the participation of the Mare Island Company. So I don't know if the board of the wastewater district has heard that report back on the wastewater side, but certainly we are making progress.
As we're making these conversations, we're having these conversations, I just want to be abundantly clear that we are separating the conversation about the infrastructure for the entire island versus the crocodile closest to the boat, which is the Conley Corridor, right? And I feel that sometimes that Conley Corridor project gets swept up into the entire conversation about infrastructure, and that's the thing we could do most easily now. And I feel like there's only a few barriers to doing that, and I don't want that to get swept into the entire infrastructure project, and it's like we got to wait for a lot longer time. So I just want to be abundantly clear about that and just make sure that has its own conversation set.
Thank you for that input. I can certainly raise that during our next meeting about sort of elevating that to the front if that's the council's desire. No problem.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Bergenser.
And you know how I loathe a second round of questions, but mine will be short because I got a reminder text. But somebody from the community had mentioned to me in another public forum about the potential of doing maybe a joint project, or if there's something you've already looked at, but doing something to connect the downtown to Mare Island, like a gondola project or something where it takes you over the water, connects the downtown with being able to walk from downtown to get to Mare Island and do events there without having to drive your car and worry about parking and alleviate some of the parking issues. Have you looked at doing a gondola?
Not specifically. And I'm not going to commit to anything tonight, but I will mention that it's always been a belief of our company, and now more than ever, that water taxis are the future of Mare Island. And it's That's the history books. That's how it worked back in the day, and they did it that way for a reason. So we, Cal Maritime is growing, is mentioned. It's fantastic. Toro is growing, and I think that an electric type ferry service that goes back and forth, much like it did with the Navy, potentially to downtown, potentially to Mare Island, potentially to Cal Maritime, would be a boom to the area. It would create a chemistry and a dynamic that nothing around here has. And so I'm optimistic and excited about what the future holds on that particular thing, and we're looking forward to that day coming.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you all. I will use my comment to try to kind of wrap everything back up because we do have a agreement that is extending now. It is the agreement that we have inherited from 25 years ago that is going to be supplanted by an island-wide development agreement as soon as that is negotiated. And so, again, just framing what we're doing tonight as something that we are doing in order to be able to focus solely and with intent on that island-wide development agreement with what I'm hoping is a shared vision for actual development on the island that everyone's been clamoring for 25 years, and getting that into this new agreement, and kind of writing some of correcting maybe some of the things that got us, that went awry in these initial agreements. And I'm looking forward, obviously, to our new city manager engaging on that and getting all the stakeholders engaged on that as well. And I think with that, I will go ahead and thank you all again and ask for a motion on this item.
Yes, I move we adopt a resolution approving the acknowledgement of a development agreement, third extension agreement with the Nimitz Group LLC, extending the term of development agreement to September 11th, 2031, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries with, I can't read this. Manny, I can't read this. Sorry.
Double click it.
Which
The
one?
window.
Display type? Click on it.
Okay, we lost it.
We lost it.
Hold,
We're going to have to
please.
revote.
We're okay. We're just going to revote. All right, we're trying again.
Okay. Motion carries with Councilmember Ledeju abstaining, and the council's rules with abstention goes with the majority vote.
All right, thank you all. My original plan was to have us take action item C, since it is also related to Mare Island, but we have gone, that last item took quite a bit of time, so I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute recess to get everybody a stretch break, and we will come back for our remaining action items. All right. I am seeing most of us here. I'm actually just going to go ahead and call us back to order so that we can call action item 9C. And if our city clerk's ready, I'll ask her to announce the item.
Adopt a resolution approving the Second Amendment to the Operations Agreement regarding distribution of gas on Mare Island, and the Second Amendment to the Operations Agreement regarding distribution of electricity on Mare Island with Pittsburgh Power Company, DBA Island Energy, extending the term of each agreement 1 year with a 6-month option to extend, and authorize the city manager to execute the same.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and open up public comment on this item, and I will turn it back over to Ms. Hain and Ms. Hanford for this item.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor and City Council members. Gillian Hain, Assistant City Manager. I'm with Erin Hanford, the Economic Development Program Manager for Mare Island. And with us, we do have representatives from the City of Pittsburgh, from Island Energy. And so to kick us off this evening, we'll have a short presentation from Jordan Davis, Economic Development Director from City of Pittsburgh, reviewing kind of who Island Energy is, and then we'll move into our staff presentation about the amendment for this current contract. Jordan?
Thanks, Gillian. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. As Gillian mentioned, my name is Jordan Davis. I'm the Director of Community Economic Development for the City of Pittsburgh. And as part of that role, I'm fortunate enough to oversee our municipal utility, the Pittsburgh Power Company, which does business as Island Energy on Mare Island in Vallejo. I'm joined tonight by Vanessa Shea, our General Manager of PPC and Island Energy, as well as Bradley Bond, our Utility Superintendent on Mare Island. So just real quick, we are a municipally owned utility. We're a not-for-profit municipal utility, and we're focused on customers and economic development. That's our bread and butter. That's how we keep rates 25 to 30% below PG&E for our customers on Mare Island. We started in 1996. That's when the Pittsburgh Power Company formed, and in 1997, we took ownership of the easements on Mare Island, which allowed us, and as well as all the equipment, which allowed us to distribute gas and electric service on the island. And we've been operating, it says 25 years here, but next year will be our 30th anniversary serving power on Mare Island, and it's been a great ride so far. As I mentioned, we provide electric and natural gas service. We work on reliability projects to make sure that we can continue to serve the customers on Mare Island, and I think the customers on Mare Island would say that we have great customer support, very quick response times. We get problems fixed very quick. Beyond the meter, Island Energy is investing in the community. As I mentioned, we keep rates 25 to 30% below PG&E, specifically for the residents, but also for the industrial customers to try to drive economic development on the island. In the past 20 years, we've invested over $10 million in energy systems to make sure that we have that reliability in place. Now, probably the most interesting thing, especially going off of the conversation that was just had, is that there's room to grow on Mare Island and room to grow with Island Energy. Our base load right now sits between 4 to 6 megawatts, pretty small, but the island is set to serve up to 80 megawatts. That's the current system capacity. Now, breaking that up a little bit more, we could serve 40 with minimal, I wouldn't even call them upgrades, I would call them maintenance. But with some minor, relatively small upgrades, we could serve up to 80 megawatts very quickly. I like to tell people 40 megawatts in a matter of months, 80 megawatts in a couple years. But there is the ability to continue to grow. One of the great things about our business model is that we don't own generation assets. We buy for Mare Island from the Western Area Power Authority, which allows us to buy as much as we need or as little as we need. And so because of that, we can scale up pretty quickly. Now, there will be some infrastructure that needs to be developed to serve a load of that size, and we continue to work with the developer. We're in constant contact with the Mare Island Company, and also it's been great working with the City of Vallejo team to plan for the development that could take place. We do offer some programs for our customers. Those are efficiency rebates, customer assistance. We do have 30 to 35% of our energy is from renewable sources, and we continue to try to grow that each year. And then, of course, we're constantly working on those safety and resilience projects. So that concludes what I have. I'll sit back down, but happy to answer any questions once staff is done with their presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks. So I think next we'll have our staff presentation. Maybe? Okay, who has the clicker? You're going to be my click? Okay, great. All right, this is a short presentation, not that many slides. I did want to, this is focused on the amendment that is for the agenda tonight, extension amendment. I do want to do a short upgrade, a repeat of the history and timeline and the original agreement terms, what we've accomplished since the First Amendment, and the terms of the Second Amendment. I'm sorry this is a little smaller than I was intending, but it does have a little bit of overlap with what Jordan was talking about. From 96 to 97, the Navy awarded the sale of the utility systems to the city of Pittsburgh, which formed the Pittsburgh Power Company as a joint power authority and operating under the name of Island Energy. So we refer to all these agreements as Island Energy agreements. They started operating the municipal gas and electricity on the island under a license originally with the Navy, and in 2001, the Navy executed a grant of non-exclusive easements for the distribution systems of gas and electricity. That easement and a bill of sale allowed Island Energy to acquire all the existing hard assets, including the utility distribution systems and related buildings. So that's a pretty big point to make. In 2004 and 2005, the city amended our municipal code and awarded the gas and electric franchises for Mare Island to Island Energy. The council also approved an operation agreements with them for operation, maintenance, and construction of the utility systems on the island. And then at the end of that, or the beginning of that year, 2005, the city executed a 20-year operation agreement, one for gas, one for electricity on the island. 20 years later, in February of 25, we executed a First Amendment to that, which is now expiring at the end of next month. The purpose of this agreement, these two agreements with gas and electricity, is to ensure orderly delivery of gas and electricity to the island, to the current users, and the future planned development and improvements of the island. The city grants Island Energy a non-exclusive franchise to construct, maintain, and use in the public streets and places all poles, wires, conduits when needed to extend service. Island Energy does pay the city 2% of its gross annual receipts, similar to what PG&E does. That averages about $182,000 in the last couple of years. That plus the utility taxes are credited as a revenue to the Mare Island CFD fund. In terms of development, as the island develops, Island Energy will exchange existing easements and electric distribution facilities and buildings conveyed under that grant for relocated easements, facilities, and buildings. As part of that relocation, there's a relocation fund to help with that relocation. The balance is about $350,000. Again, these are the terms of the existing agreement. Work since we were here last doing the First Amendment. The city provided the build out of phasing based on the draft Mare Island specific plan to Island Energy. Mare Island Company provided Island Energy with much more detailed build out of that phasing information, including preliminary load calculations, so Island Energy could start their system impact study. That's what we needed to make sure that we were all moving in towards the right direction and ensuring that they can deliver the infrastructure to meet the demands of the new specific plan. In February of 26, just not too far back, Island Energy gave the city a draft system impact study, and the month later provided cost estimates for a new substation on the north end of the island. And Just recently, the city hired an outside legal firm to start drafting a long-term agreement with Island Energy. And just the other day, City of Pittsburgh approved the draft second amendments that are up for your review tonight. The terms of the Second Amendment, it's again a one-year extension with 6 months option. I mentioned the outside legal firm that will be drafting a long-term gas and electric operation agreement. Obviously, we'll need to negotiate that. The city will also need to hire a consultant to peer review the study I mentioned on the previous slide. Both parties obviously will need to negotiate the terms and conditions of that long-term agreement, but this extension, most importantly, will allow and obligate Island Energy to continue to pay the city that 2% of gross receipts that will go into revenues for that CFD. Next steps, city attorney will, the outside legal firm will start drafting that long-term agreement. Either city attorney or ED, economic development, will hire that consultant, and both parties will start meeting regularly to negotiate that long-term agreement and come back to city council for review and approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Why don't we go ahead and take public comment on this item, then we'll see if council has any questions or comments before we vote.
Yes, we have 2 speakers signed up for this. First speaker is Sherry Ann Grimm, and then followed by Daniel Boone.
Wrong mic? This one now? This one?
You need to, so the handheld mic, there's a switch to turn it on. We turned it off at the recess, I think.
I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. I just want to make the point, the 2% that's credited back to the CFD does not benefit the residents because of the max tax. It only benefits the businesses. But really why I'm here is a bright spot for us is Island Energy because our rates are lower than they would be with PG&E. But recently there has been discussion that if the data center that is being discussed in Pittsburgh passes, that the rates for Island Energy will go up and that will impact Mare Island as well. So I'm here tonight to ask that question and to ask council if they could ask someone on staff to find out about that and communicate with Mare Island residents. Thank you.
Thank you. We will absolutely do that. We'll finish up public comment and then we'll raise the question.
Okay.
Thanks.
Next speaker is Daniel Boone.
All right. Any online speakers on this item?
Through the mayor, no speakers online at this current time.
All right. That's going to bring us to any quick questions or comments from council. I do want to invite up our representatives. If there's any comment you have at this time on the data center issue and any follow-up we can do on that.
Thank you, Mayor. The short answer is no. It will not increase rates for customers on Mare Island. The way Pittsburgh Power Company is structured, we will have separate DBAs. We are regulated by Prop 26, and so we will not pass on any of the costs for power sales to the data center to the residents on Mare Island, or businesses for that matter.
Thank you so much for being willing to answer that. And we can definitely keep the conversation going if there are follow-up questions. I see council members Palmares and Gordon.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. So I'd like to make a comment. This is more to the city manager, but as we're headhunting, trying to find firms, trying to find jobs, I think one of the really great selling points about Mare Island is Island Energy. And so compared to PG&E, this will come at a very great discount for firms, and I think it puts us at a very competitive advantage. Also, like Jordan mentioned before, we're capable of getting to 80 megawatts, correct, with some improvements. And right now, the load right now is about 44 to 6 megawatts. And my understanding, just from this GEZ meetings, is that for advanced manufacturing, those facilities had to be around 8 megawatts. So there's lots of capacity on that island. So I think that's one of the really great selling points, and that shouldn't be. We should be leading with that when we're talking to firms out there. I do want to touch on that 2% fee, and I feel that the rate we're going with the specific plan, we're on the cusp of that specific plan. We're going to gain more residents. We're hopefully going to get more businesses. But is now the right time to consider negotiating for something higher? Let me just leave it at that, and maybe you have something to comment on that.
Over the next year, if this amendment is approved, that negotiation, that topic can be part of the terms that are negotiated moving forward.
Perfect. And just to piggyback off of a previous comment, my intent isn't just to make sure that the city gets more revenue out of this, but I want to make sure that downstream that the residents feel this. First off, I want to make sure that the Maryland residents, the ratepayers, aren't going to end up having to foot in the bill, if we're asking for a higher fee in that negotiation. But also, I want to bring back to when we're talking about the specific plan, and hopefully we're going to talk about reformulating the CFDs. Can this be part of that reformulation where we're bringing in some money, we're bringing some cash for that goes in the CFDs, and maybe that we have an opportunity to cross-load that, so the residential ratepayers won't have to pay won't have to bear the onus of that cost. I hope that makes sense, but I feel like there is an opportunity there to maybe help get some relief through on energy in that fee.
We can look into it.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, I would like to just meet the representatives. If I could, Ms. Vanessa and the gentleman.
It's like she'll join us here in a second. Oh, there she is.
Just want to meet you all, and what does this mean to you and this relationship and this partnership, and actually how long you've been on the island.
So my name is Brad Bond. I'm the utility superintendent for Island Energy. About 20 years of experience in both investor and publicly owned utilities, and I can definitely say that we continue to work on maintaining a strong relationship with the residents as well as the developer on the island, both in attracting businesses. We were literally just on a meeting last week, or this week, with, who is it? JLL, or whoever it is that they're doing. So we are actively pursuing businesses on the island, and just making sure that we provide prompt services to the island residents, and doing everything we can just to keep our rates low and provide a very good customer service.
The thing I would like to add to it is we have a dedicated team of 10 people, and we are completely dedicated to provide reliable and service to Mare Island. So every time when a customer calls, whether it's like post a payment or make an inquiry of their bills, there's always someone, a real person on the other end picking up the call. And every time when people come to our office, there's always their inquiries or their questions always be answered in full. As Jordan showed in the slides, and our responsive time to outage it's like probably 3 times faster than PG&E. I mean, Bradley Bond worked for PG&E, so he knows the responsive time for PG&E. So we are trying everything that we could. And as I say, Mare Island is a small community, and we are a critical vital part to this community. Without the community, there will be no island energy. So it's our ultimate commitment to serve the community to our best ability.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming up and introduce yourself. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jordan, for sharing your presentation along with staff. The question that I have is you brought up the point of your infrastructure, the fact you're currently working at 4 to 6%, and is the way I understood and what I think I heard is if you're going to go beyond that, you would your infrastructure, you would need to expand that. So the question and the word infrastructure specifically on Mare Island has been a point of contention. And so I want you to help the general public and the Mare Island residents help them understand what is the status of your current infrastructure, and keeping in mind that a lot of the infrastructure that the other utilities are doing, that's like 70 to 100 years old. So can you give a general status of your infrastructure from both the gas along with the electrical side of it?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, happy to, but I'm actually going to ask Brad to come up here and join me because he's really the technical expert. So from a high level, as you mentioned, this infrastructure is decades old, and the island has not had that large of a load in years. So we do as much maintenance as we can, but part of keeping rates low is, you know, working on what you need to work on, and sometimes that means the older infrastructure doesn't get as much TLC. The island is designed to serve up to 80 megawatts. 40 we feel is within the realm of infrastructure that has been pretty well maintained, but probably needs some upgrades to be modernized to be totally reliable. So that's why we feel that could happen pretty quickly. 80, probably the really old infrastructure, you're probably going to need some new transformers. Am I speaking the right language, Brad? And then anything above that is really going to be part of that expansion, where you're going to need to upsize equipment to make sure that it could handle that larger load. So I hope that answers your question, Vice Mayor, but happy to build off that.
It does, and I think the fact that, and I want to emphasize, this is a council that has been emphasizing the forward thinking, not just tomorrow, the next year, or the next 5 years. We're trying to think down the line, and the fact that once again we're only at 4 to 6 megawatts right now, and the fact that we are fully advancing a lot of our economic development. I don't want to be caught with our pants down that we aren't going to be able to bring in economic development because we only have 4 to 6, to where if we have the ability and the capacity to get up to at least 10 to potentially 20, and as you just said, 40 doesn't seem out of the realm, but then that would be whether that's a significant upgrade with the current infrastructure, or is that something that, and it comes down to, like we're running to our current infrastructure with some of our other utilities, how are we going to cost that, and how are we going to make that affordable for us to be able to upgrade that to meet the capacity that I know this council and future councils are going to be looking for, to where we aren't going to have to go backwards to identify that, well, if we did this 10 years ago or 20 years ago, we would be able to deal with the capacity that we're trying to get to.
So I'll try not to keep it super technical, which is definitely my realm. But as far as the current infrastructure right now, we have 2 large transformers that service the island, and they're both rated at 20 megawatts. They can be pushed harder, but just like anything, if you're driving a car at 1,000 miles an hour down the road, it's not going to last as long, right? So at the 20 megawatts, that is their sweet spot. So for all intents and purposes of the discussion, 40 megawatts is what we can serve now. Now, with that being said, we are looking at other alternatives as to try to help expedite any kind of load growth that may come on the island quickly. So, sorry, I'm just gathering my thoughts here for a second.
And I'm not looking for a solution right now. It's more of a planning issue that I want to get to where, once again, we're not going to be. I don't want to have to say no to a potential business or something that needs a big load, to where we're actually projecting that, and to where I think we're running into that issue now, is that we haven't been able to project that and plan for that, to where I don't want that to, especially from an energy, because energy is the bigger one. That's the more difficult thing to upgrade to right now. And I don't want us to be caught in that situation that we have to tell people, no, we can't do that. That's going to be another 5-10 years down the line.
Vice Mayor, completely understand, and you have our commitment. Your staff has been incredible to work with through this. They keep us very informed. I would say the bottom line is this. If there was a 10 megawatt or smaller user that came in tomorrow, we could serve that tomorrow. We have to constantly look ahead, though. If it's a 20 megawatt user, it's a little bit difficult if it comes in one fell swoop. If it continues to build, we can continue to look ahead. But you have our commitment to continue to work with the city manager and your staff to project out what that looks like, to work with Mare Island Co. to project what that looks like, and make sure that we're preparing.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Through the mayor, can I just add some additional information?
Go ahead.
The reason that we didn't move forward with an additional 20-year contract is for that very reason. So recently, February, March, they gave us a capacity and infrastructure study. So now we need to hire the expert to review that study. And what that study does is it looks at what can they adequately serve in what timeline and how do we phase it. So part of this next year of negotiating is going to be ensuring that they can provide what the future development requires. Mare Island Company's plan right now as it sits is about 150 megawatts fully built out. So we need to ensure that we have that capacity and that power provision through the entirety of the next term of the next agreement before we sign that agreement.
All right. Thank you all again. I think we are ready for a motion on the item.
Yes, I move we, where we at here? I move we adopt a resolution approving the Second Amendment to the operations agreement regarding the distribution of gas on Mare Island and the Second Amendment to the operations agreement regarding the distribution of electricity on Mare Island with Pittsburgh Power Company, DBA Island Energy, extending the term of each agreement 1 year with a 6-month option to extend, and authorize the city manager to execute the same.
All right, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, that is going to move us on. We have 3 more action items this evening. One is a public hearing, which was noticed. One is time sensitive. And item F is not going to take long at all, I would imagine. The item that is more substantial at the end is the police reform update. And I'm wondering if we may want to continue that to our next meeting, because I don't believe that starting that late at night is going to be productive for us. And also, I want to respect the time of our staff that are here and not have them waiting until late in the night. So
I like to agree.
Unless there's an objection, we'll go ahead and continue that item to the August 4th meeting. And we will ask the city clerk to call item 9D.
Hold a public hearing and introduce an ordinance adding chapter 16.616 to title 16 zoning of the Vallejo Municipal Code, establishing an expedited permitting process for electric vehicle charging stations.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and open up public comment on this item. This is going to be a public hearing. So we will hear our presentation from our planning staff. We'll open the public hearing and take any clarifying questions from council, then our public commenters, and then we'll do our discussion and vote. And we have our planning director here. I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm actually going to turn this over to our senior planner, Robert Busick, who's going to give you a brief presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Source, members of the council. Robert Busick, senior planner here at the city of Vallejo, here tonight to introduce a proposed zoning ordinance text amendment, adding chapter 16.616 to the Vallejo Municipal Code regarding electric vehicle charging stations. Electric vehicles are expected to play an important role in achieving California's climate and air quality goals. To that end, AB 1236 was enacted in 2015 and requires local jurisdictions to establish an expedited, streamlined permitting process for EV charging stations, as outlined in California Government Code. The proposed new chapter to the Vallejo Municipal Code, 16.616, pertaining to electric vehicle charging stations, is proposed to be inserted in the procedures and permits part of the zoning ordinance. This proposed ordinance was developed in conjunction with and received confirmation from the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. that the proposed ordinance is consistent with the intent and requirements of the applicable government code sections. So what this looks like statewide, these are maps of the progress on implementing streamlined EV charging station permitting that is published by the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. And as you can see, lots of green on, statewide, showing that streamlined permitting has been implemented in many jurisdictions. Yellow shows jurisdictions where the implementation is in progress. And then red shows the jurisdictions where streamlined permitting has not been implemented. Of course, the information lags a bit, but you can see that on the right side of the screen, looking at the North Bay, Vallejo is a municipality that has not yet implemented streamlined EV charging station permitting. So first I'll cover the streamlined portion of the ordinance, the proposed ordinance. So to permit electric vehicle charging stations, the proposed ordinance outlines a 4-step process. Step 1 is that the prospective applicant verifies that the proposed installation would not create a specific adverse impact on public health or safety as defined by state law and in the proposed ordinance. Step 2, the applicant would then submit a permit application with required documentation and the applicable fees using a city-developed checklist that would be published online. Step 3, on the city side, if the application meets checklist requirements as well as health and safety standards, the city's chief building official would process the application through an expedited ministerial review process and issue the necessary permits. Step 4 would come into place if the chief building official determines that a proposed charging station installation would create a specific adverse impact on public health or safety. Then the Planning and Development Services Director may require the applicant to obtain a minor use permit as opposed to the ministerial process. Next, I will go over the expedited component of the proposed ordinance. So the ministerial permits would be processed within timeframes established in government code, which are outlined below based on the number of charging stations proposed within the application. So for 1 to 25 stations, that approval decision would need to be made within 20 business days after the application was deemed complete. And then for larger stations with larger projects, more than 25 stations, the approval decision is within 40 business days after the application was deemed complete. Looking at the zoning code text amendment findings outlined in the Vallejo Municipal Code, one is that the ordinance amendment is consistent in principle with the general plan and any applicable specific plan, and the ordinance amendment is consistent with the purpose of the zoning code to promote the growth of the city in an orderly manner and to promote and protect the public health, safety, and general welfare. The staff report and the proposed ordinance document in the packet that does include additional analysis of how the proposed amendment is consistent with each specific finding. And staff has found that the proposed ordinance is consistent with these findings. We presented this proposed amendment to the Vallejo Planning Commission in a duly noticed hearing on June 15th, 2026. The Planning Commission did vote to adopt Resolution PC 26-13 as presented with no changes by a vote of 5-0 with 1 absence, recommending that the City Council adopt this ordinance. As such, the recommended action tonight, staff recommends that the City Council find the proposed ordinance exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15378B5, authorizing administrative activities, and approve the ordinance adding chapter 16.616 of electric vehicle charging stations to the Vallejo Municipal Code. The proposed ordinance would ensure that the Vallejo Municipal Code remains consistent with California Government Code while supporting broader installation of EV charging infrastructure throughout the city. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. I see lights from Councilmember Gordon and Vice Mayor Matulik, and I'll ask you if they are clarifying questions that are quick, and if so, I will take them before the public comment. A clarifying question, Councilmember Gordon, go ahead.
I just want to make sure that we are holding accountability. For example, at the Norman Keene Center, we had 10 to 15 of these stations. Person got the deal, got the contract, and never, ever uploaded. And I'm just worried about that. So clarifying that, how are we going to better hold these individuals accountable and they don't just become targeted for copper and destruction?
Mayor Source, Councilmember Gordon. That's an item that the Planning Commission raised as well regarding this. The scope of the state law is focused on ensuring that the city does not stand in the way of the permitting process for the electric vehicle charging stations, and then leaving it up to the owners and the operators of those EV charging stations to ensure the maintenance and continued operation of those stations, which is also how they, the EV charging stations are an investment on their part. And so to ensure that those are operating are typically in their best interest, especially as this law is designed to allow for more, higher adoption rates of EV charging stations, which would mean that there would be more demand and more use of those charging stations that are constructed. So this is an item that we do bring up with prospective operators who contact us about installing the infrastructure in the city, but is outside the scope of this particular ordinance.
All right, I'm going to go over to the Vice Mayor.
And similar to piggyback on that, so the fact that these are actually in there, and I know those of us that do drive electric vehicles, and especially here at City Council, there are many times that we show up and there aren't any charging stations available to do that. So those that are here existing that aren't powered up are, and I'm going to relate this to our vacancy landlord issue, is that these are basically sitting there and they're not being used, and so they're not providing any benefit. Is there anything from us, from an ordinance or penalization standpoint, that if they put them in, that we require them, or they're going to pay some fee to work, because that's just preventing us from doing what we may potentially do. So is that something that we have at our disposal?
I'll just jump in on this. The purpose of this ordinance is to implement a ministerial review process, which means we don't add conditions of approval, and we cannot add that type of requirement on individual applications for them to ensure they're running it, because it's private property. We don't really have that level of oversight. Does that make sense?
Thank you for that clarification. But similar to like our liquor ordinance, if there's a whole bunch of them that are built that aren't used, are we going to approve one that's down the block?
I think the key difference is that this ordinance is it's a ministerial process. So it's just over the counter. We do not get to add conditions of approval on it.
Thank you for that clarification.
All right, I see council members Palmares and Matias. next time we do this, I'm going to define clarifying question as a question that can be asked in 10 seconds or less and answered in 10 seconds or less. Would you guys like to go? We're going to have a round of council comments after this. So the way the public hearing works is we take clarifying questions from council, quick questions. We take public comment, and then there's an entire opportunity for the council to have discussion and further questions after the public hearing. So do we have quick questions now?
I could do it after.
You'll do after. Councilmember Matias.
So, my clarifying question. How did we get away with being out of compliance for 9 years? Not trying to be funny.
No, it's a good question. I actually didn't realize that this was an issue here. We were approached by staff at the GoBiz, the state level. They brought it to our attention as new staff here in the last 2 years. Come to find out, we actually had something that was drafted. It just hadn't gone through the process to get approval. So we picked it up and tried to move it forward.
Thank you. Why don't we go ahead and take public comment now? Our public hearing is open. Do we have any in-person commenters on this item?
No in-person speakers, Mayor.
All right. Do we have any online speakers?
Through the mayor, we currently do not have any speakers online.
All
on
right.
this
With
item.
that, I will close the public hearing, and I will return back to Council Members Gordon and Palmares.
Just so you know, I was trying to be first. I didn't realize I get to ask the question earlier. So
yeah.
I got it now. Thank you for that.
Councilmember Palmares.
No. I want to ask my question.
You have more stuff? Okay.
Yeah. So if we're making this a zoning thing, why can't we add provisions? Just asking clarity for that one. Maybe I should ask the legal.
So I think the issue here that we're sort of glossing over a little bit is the reason for this ordinance change is a change in state law. And so it is a mandatory change, for lack of a better word, although it apparently didn't go all the way through the first time we undertook it. I think the issue here is that if a state law comes in and says you must approve these permits ministerially, the definition of ministerially is we can't deny them and we can't condition them. And so it's basically a process by which we can make sure they're safe and connected properly, et cetera. But it is not a process by which we can apply very specific conditions to them. And that is the same as some of the times when we talk about the state housing laws that require us to approve certain housing applications on a ministerial basis. This is kind of the same thing. We're required to approve these on a ministerial basis. This ordinance just makes that clear in our own code.
So let me just add just to clarify. So you mean to tell me, excuse me, my colleagues. You mean to tell me that somebody can come here, put a whole bunch of EVs, because this is what I've seen in some cities, that they get these grants to so-called put in low-income communities. They get that money, put this up, and just completely abandon it. Never went online. And when you try to call them, there's no one there. And you should see how it looks over there. You mean to tell me we can't hold anybody financially accountable or nothing?
That isn't exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying we can't add a condition to the permit to require them to do that. Now, whether we can chase them for having an inoperable charging station on private property as some kind of a nuisance, that's a different question. I would have to look into that. That might be possible. But conditioning the action in the first instance is not possible.
Well, I appreciate you explaining that to me, because I'm saying if we are here to just okay it, sort of like what my colleague said earlier about something else, then what's the point of it coming to us if we can't even add something to this zone? Like, okay, sure, you can pop up anything you want, but you better make sure you're accountable to it.
So as an ordinance, approval by the city council is also mandatory. So we have to bring it to you. So that's why it's before you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. Councilmember Palmares.
So I completely understand the nature of this ordinance, but can't we also pursue a separate ordinance to discuss the maintenance of the EV chargers. So we're not stopping them from applying and that gets approved, but the maintenance is a separate issue, correct? Like we could still do that.
Well, I don't actually know the answer to that question, but we can look into it and get back to you.
Okay, appreciate it, thank you.
And then I just also wanted to point out that some of the ones that you are talking about that currently don't operate are actually on city property.
I'm well aware of those.
So, yeah, just putting that out there.
All right, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Bergenser.
Well, I was literally just going to point that out, how embarrassing it is that the city can't even maintain their own infrastructure, and yet here we are trying to hold other people accountable, and the city can't even hold itself accountable, which is completely embarrassing. I don't understand why we have chargers that have no connectivity. I don't understand why we put chargers in parking lots that are not open to the public. It's asinine to me, and yet we're coming forward with an ordinance for the public, and we can't even get our act together in the city. It's really disappointing.
I would concur with that. And Councilmember Letajou.
Absent the ordinance that we have to adopt by state law, but on the other side of it, as it relates to chargers being on our city-owned property, it would also be good to have an inventory of the chargers that are on our property and how we're maintaining those chargers and what we need to do to maintain them. If you're in a certain part of the city, closer to Columbus Parkway and so forth and on, I know there's a bunch of chargers there, and they seem to be moving and going. And then in Glen Cove, there's a whole set of chargers, and they're always moving and going. I don't use any of the public chargers. Okay, yeah. And they seem to be, you always see cars there. But in our downtown area, I know some of those are our chargers, so what are we going to do different? It would be nice to know. And I know our city manager's new, so it would be nice to have a asset management process around our chargers, around our assets, and how are we going to maintain them. And it would be nice to hear back what we could do since this is coming up as it relates to the ordinance. And then I would agree, and I thank you, City Attorney Neb, determining if chargers are on private property, what other mechanism do we have to ensure that those chargers are operable? Again, because when they're not, and copper does get stolen and all of these other things, but it contributes to the blight. And so it would be nice to see what else can we do as well. So thank you. And thank you for your work.
All right, thank you. I'll echo the comments. I would love for us to be able to get to a point where we are championing this, since a super majority of this council drives EVs. I think we should be forward, and our use of EVs doesn't match our infrastructure, to Councilmember Bergenser's point. So I think something we can definitely be following up on. And I think we're ready I have closed the public hearing, so we are ready for a motion on the item.
Yes, Mayor. I move that we hold a public hearing and introduce an ordinance adding Chapter 16.616 to Title 16, zoning of the Vallejo Municipal Code, establishing an expedited permitting process for electric vehicle charging stations.
All right, we are ready to vote. And while we vote, I will use this time to relay my understanding of the public hearing process for everyone's understanding, and to make sure I understand it correctly, which I believe is that when we open the public hearing, we hear the staff presentation, there is purposely time for council to ask clarifying questions for information prior to the public comment, but we are not allowed to deliberate or really start sharing commentary until after we close the comments, and then we deliberate and comment and vote. And I believe that is a set process, which is why we do it differently than other agenda items. So I just wanted to clarify that for the group, that I'm not trying to, bug people about what's a clarifying question or not. It's actually something that's required of a public hearing. Unless I've gotten that wrong and I'm not seeing any objections. I think I got that right. Have we all voted?
And the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. We will move to our last two items. I am going to shepherd these through as quickly as possible, and I'll ask our clerk to announce item 9E.
Consideration and possible action to amend the City Council's Board, Commission, and Committee interview process for Measure P Oversight Committee appointments and possibly provide direction to staff relating to other board, commission, and committee interview processes.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and open up public comment on this item, and I will share with the council what I believe to be a brief synopsis of the issue, and I'll ask Dawn to jump in if I've missed anything. Effectively, we set up last year our system of interviewing commission members in pairs, but stated that any of the Measure P, SAB, POAC, district appointments, the council would all interview the applicants. That has proven to be a barrier to getting applicants through. We have a vacancy on the Measure P commission right now that, in order to fill it, is going to require a special meeting of the entire council. And what our city clerk, in collaboration with myself and the Measure P liaison, Councilmember Matias, is requesting is that we just simply change our process to have those other boards and commissions also be interviewed by a subset of the council rather than the full council. So with that, I think we can just we'll see if there's public comment, but we can just take a motion to make that adjustment to, unless someone has a vociferous objection to the process, I think the process is working okay. We can just take a motion to fold P, MPOC, and SAB into the existing process.
No.
No?
No.
We're changing we're adopting a resolution to do something? No? Okay.
Hybrid, sorry.
Okay.
We're close. You're close. Okay, so what is before you tonight to just up and change is P. Oh, yeah, that's right.
I understand.
Other two
thank you.
need more process.
Yep.
Right.
We're just doing P. That's right. The other two are written into their ordinances. So we are looking for just changing the Measure P process. Councilmember Gordon.
This is not for clarifying questions, right? I can ask my
We
question.
are not doing a public hearing on this
Okay,
item. We are back to our
okay.
normal process.
Can I ask are you the one that made it? Can you clarify your focus to this question, to this change?
So the mayor just described essentially what the problem is, which is when we came on board a year ago, we said that for 3 of the commissions, we all had to be together to interview the applicants, and that has become a problem in trying to get these interviews done, especially for this commission. So this change would allow us to just have a subset of the council interview the applicants. The videos will still be made available to the entire group for you guys to review them before we make appointments, but it's just meant to remove what has been an issue to get these folks seated into the commission. And this was something that the city clerk, city attorney Neb looked into, and they proposed as a solution.
So what you're saying is you're not going to take away our votes. You're just making it possible that we can not all have to be present.
Yes.
May I ask maybe I should ask the city attorney. So why was this necessary in the beginning to why they did this in the first place, instead of doing it like we've done other council meetings? City attorney.
My understanding is that we just decided that. That was our decision, and what we're doing now is with new information, we're amending our decision to improve the process.
So were you saying this wasn't before? I see Don got our light on.
Well, I'm just going to confirm what the mayor said. Your decision last year was to interview as a body and notice it MPOC, POAC, and SAB because of the nature of what they deal with.
And I agree with that. And that's the only reason why I have kind of a reserved thought is that I did appreciate the fact that we were interviewed. I just didn't realize we were the first to do it. But it was because this is have to do with dollars and monies.
We weren't the.
But if I can give clarity, previously the city council interviewed every single board and commission. It was
right.
for every, and it was very burdensome to get out the entire council to be, we'd have like 15 special meetings just to have all the interviews.
I see.
And so it streamlined it by having it just be the council liaison and one other partner for most of them. But these three were more critical, and so we thought we should have it be the full council for those. But I agree that I think that we should reconsider.
And the issue we're
But
running
I don't want to waive my question later. So.
And yeah, and the issue we ran into too is that just the applications come in, and then there's a huge lag between when the application comes in and when they can get an interview, and we're going to lose people. So we're trying to, it's also to serve them and get them on
Right.
the board. My only suggestion to amend the process would be that we include the liaison to the commission and the person making the appointment. Since these are district appointments, I think we just need to have an understanding that whoever's making the appointment needs to be in the interview.
That was going to be what I was going to recommend, that the only way I would like to vote on that is if that process, just like we do the others.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's especially the POAC. I really want to make sure that we don't lose those.
And
that
we're not
connection.
changing the POAC.
Okay.
The whole council's still going to, this is just for Measure P.
Wonderful. Thank you
Councilmember
for thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Bergenser.
One, I was going to make that same recommendation, that it be the district and the council liaison who is for sure needed at the interview. Secondly, I don't know if this needs to go back to the whole ordinance, but can we make it so that if there's not a qualified person in your district, you can select from other districts? Because there's not enough candidates in every district, and that we have vacancies for long term. So it would be nice, obviously, to take preference to candidates who live within your district, but if you don't have a candidate in your district, can you select from somebody who's being interviewed from a different district? And does that have to go through the whole ordinance process, or can we make that change here?
So it depends on, well, you can't make that change here, and whether you can make that change at all depends on which of these three bodies we're talking about.
I mean, I'm suggesting it for all three, but.
So you can't do it for MPOC because MPOC's process was approved by the voters. You'd have to go back to the voters to approve it for MPOC.
But we could do SOB and we could do POAC.
POAC already has it,
that,
so we can
you
just
don't
take
do-
I want to
SAB.
take the POAC language and just insert it into the SAB
both,
ordinance. Yeah.
And
But we can do that separately.
I mean, it would be worth.
You can direct it and we can bring that back
Yeah.
to you.
And it would
I
be
think we
worth,
should
I
do
mean, I
that.
know it went to the voters, but maybe it needs to go back to the voters, because there's times that those councils, those commissions can't meet because they don't have quorums and things. We don't have enough people seated. So I think it would be worth, maybe not tonight, but I think it'd be worth bringing that back forward and having it go back to the voters to approve that.
Yeah. Councilmember Gordon.
The only concern that I have with that, see, if it was a city at large, that's okay, maybe. But what happened the last time was District 6 went without anyone for a while. And it was because I wasn't going to agree to that. We end up searching and we finally got people. And I think that is it, because I worry about, once again, we're going to go back to neglecting communities that needs to have that representation from their community. So that's the only reason why I am concerned about that.
So we can bring that back when that comes back.
Yeah.
We can have the discussion then about
I
that.
would just clarify that it still would be your decision if you want to choose, if you want to wait to fill somebody from your district, that's
Okay.
fine. But if you want to go ahead and fill it because you've listened to other interviews.
I got
and
you.
there's a highly qualified candidate who could cover your district.
Thank you for clarifying for that. Thank you.
So I'm going to go ahead and, let's check and see if we have public comment first. I don't believe we have anyone in person.
No one in person.
Is there anyone
Mayor.
online?
No one online, Mayor.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a stab at a motion, which is going to be that we amend our board and commission interview process for specifically the Measure P Oversight Committee for interviews to be conducted by a subset of council members that includes the liaison and the person making the appointment, and that we give direction that we want the amendment to the SAB ordinance to reflect the POAC ordinance about the districts of appointments.
May I ask a point of clarification?
Sure,
So we
yeah.
don't bring you back the wrong thing.
Mhm.
You also, I assume, want the SAB ordinance to be the same interview process as
I don't
for-
think the interview process needs to be in the. Oh, does the SAB ordinance need to? Yes.
If it needs to be in this, if the SAB ordinance dictates the interview process, you want us to change
Yes.
that as well as the
Yes.
adding the POAC provision.
Yes.
Okay.
So the direction would be to amend the SAB ordinance to change the interview process to enable a subset of council members to interview and not lock us into any one interview process, and to amend it to allow appointment outside of one's district if there are no
Got
qualified
it.
applicants.
And I don't know if the first thing is, I don't have the SAB ordinance in front of me. So if it's not necessary, we won't do it. But yes.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right, let's vote.
I did look at the SAB ordinance before coming down here tonight, and the SAB ordinance does not talk about the interview process, the silent.
Point of clarification, Mayor. So, and this may be a semantical thing. So when you said we can decide if there's no qualified, so I think though it needs to
Right.
be the district representative needs to decide.
The POAC, the POAC ordinance states it perfectly. It has really great language. It just says
Okay.
if a district has no qualified applicant, that district member may appoint, the council member may appoint someone
Gotcha.
from outside the district, but doesn't require them to.
Gotcha.
All right, has everybody voted?
One more vote. There we go. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, we are good, I believe.
Yeah, one more
Quick question.
We're just not we're not bringing anything back on POAC.
I don't think we have anything to bring back at this time on
sounds
POAC.
good.
Yeah. All right, that's going to bring us to item 9F, and I'll have our clerk announce this item.
Designate a voting delegate and alternate for the business portion of the Annual League of California Cities Conference.
All right, we're going to open up public comment on this item to anyone in person or online. Do we have any in-person speakers?
None in person, Mayor.
All right, let's give online a couple seconds, but do we have anyone at this time?
Through the mayor, no speakers
I'm going to give
online
you
at
about
this
10
time.
more seconds, and then I'm going to close it. We have already made these appointments, but we are required to officially vote to designate our voting delegate. We have, for this year, elected Vice Mayor Matulik as our first rep for the League of Cities, and Councilmember Bergenzer as the first alternate, and Councilmember Ledeju as the second alternate. My proposal is that we appoint Vice Mayor Matulik, who is attending that conference, as our voting delegate, and I have asked council members Bergenzer and Ledeju to either rock, paper, scissors, or decide. It will be Councilmember Ledeju will be the alternate delegate, but since the Vice Mayor is attending the conference, he will be the one that is voting. If everybody's okay with that, I will go ahead and just make that motion. One more check for public comment.
No speakers, Mayor.
All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Motion carries
All
unanimously.
right, thank you. That is going to bring us to our information calendar. We have continued the police reform update given the late hour and the importance of that item. That is going to bring us to our city manager's report.
Nothing much at this time, Mayor, other than to say thank you again for your belief in me, and I look forward to us moving forward.
Thank you. We are as well. That'll bring us to the city attorney's report.
No report at this time.
All right, that's going to bring us to our second community forum. This is for anyone that did not have an opportunity to address the council in the first forum, but who wishes to speak to the council on an item not on tonight's agenda. I don't believe we have any more in-person speakers.
No one signed up in person, Mayor.
So we'll go ahead and give members of the public some time to raise their hands online. Do we have anyone at this time?
Through the mayor, yes, we do have at least one speaker. The other speaker from earlier today is still also online.
Let's go ahead and call them.
Yahab Fakman, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yakub Farrakhan. Thank you. So, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Okay, great. So I am calling about someone who was in Vallejo initially and has moved to Fairfield after her failures, basically trying to take office on the county level. That would be Kay Patrice Williams. She is a current Fairfield City Councilwoman. She was endorsed in 2020 by the Vallejo Police Officers Association after the badge bending scandal, right? And now, as a Fairfield City Councilwoman, people are looking to find justice for Maurice Williams. Well, you know what? They're not going to get it from someone who's licking the boots of the police, for one. She's also on a campaign against people who dare to question her, to call her out, to look into her. And she has started to create a list of private citizens listing their names, vehicles they drive, people they associate with, things they put online, things they say in person. She's taken pictures of people at city council meetings. She tries to intimidate people into silence. There are politicians who are afraid of her, that are willing to talk in private, but afraid to say anything out loud because they're afraid of the retaliation, right? There is so many issues with this person, and I would suggest anyone in Vallejo, if you are voting coming up and you see anyone associated with K. Patrice Williams, do not vote for them. If you want justice, if you want power to the people, and you want to fight the oppression, do not vote for them if they are associated with K. Patrice Williams. She's out for herself. She does not care about people of color, despite what she says. And she will oppress people and attack people and use her position of power like an authoritarian pig. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have another speaker? I know we had Antoinette from earlier.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have one more speaker here. Antoinette, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Okay, before I say what I was going to say, can I ask just like some clarifying questions?
Go ahead.
So you were saying, Mayor Andrea, sorry, I'm used to. You were talking about a meeting, a police reform being pushed to a meeting for August 4th. Is that I know that the meeting on the 11th is being canceled. So is the August 4th a public city council
Yes.
meeting?
Yes, I appreciate you asking that because I was going to mention that later in the meeting. So our regular meeting was scheduled for August 11th, but the council decided to hold it a week earlier on August 4th. So it's going to be shown as a special meeting, but it'll be basically in place of our 11th meeting. And we'll
Okay.
agendize the police reform update on that meeting.
Okay, got that. And then, sorry, second question before I say the other stuff I'd say. There was an item 8G about allocating the over $100,000 to counseling for Vallejo Police Department. Will that be addressed at the next city council meeting as well?
You know what? That was tough to, it was a little bit difficult to hear.
So it was,
8G,
okay.
the one that,
Yeah, on
yes, the one we
yes.
continued. F.
So will that roll over as well to August 4th? Because that's
The
I
healthy
am tired. I
Vallejo.
stayed on here to speak one to that, but it didn't get addressed for this meeting.
Oh.
But I do think that that's something that is important that needs to be addressed, especially when we're talking about police reform, because we're talking about allocating additional, over $100,000 to a department that has already shown they don't even know what to do with the funding that they have now. And then it's just with everything with the police reform, $100,000 into mental health services when that has yet to even be offered to the impacted families in Vallejo. Not a dime has been spent on even trying to give any type of mental health resources. And I speak for myself as someone who almost tried to commit suicide after my brother was killed by Vallejo police. So I think that's a big thought that y'all should think when that is coming to the next meeting. All that to say, in my 50 seconds, I'm sure that you all are aware, if you are not by now, the video footage that came out for public about the supposedly Vallejo police chase that they claim that they stopped. Video footage has proof that they did not stop. When Marcus did crash on his motorcycle, they continuously just drove right past him, left it for dead. Lights and sirens were still on, so for them to lie and say that they ended the chase, video footage shows total opposite. They also told dispatch that they last seen the quote unquote suspect on Bella Vista, which was also a lie and proven to be a lie because Marcus never made it to Bella Vista. He was already stuck under the car, being left for dead. So these are definitely things that need to be addressed and I think should be prioritized for the next meeting and not, pushed way till 11 o'clock at night, especially if we're going to be addressing police reform.
Thank you. Thanks for waiting up with us as well. Do we have anyone else online?
No other speakers at this time, Madam Mayor.
All right, we'll close community forum. That is going to bring us to our requests and actions for future agenda items or special projects. Given our discussion at goal setting, I'm hoping the city manager, we can work together to come up with a better way to handle all of this, as I know he's working through the referral list. I do see Councilmember Bergenzer. Go ahead.
I just want an update on when the flock detection conversation is going to come back to the council. I know we were going to potentially have the POAC and the SOB meet, but this is getting to a point where it's almost becoming critical, and I think that since we stopped the funding, we need to have that come post haste to the council. So I'm wondering if we can get that agendized in the September meeting.
Yeah, I'll turn over to the city manager. What is the status of that? Have we been able to get it to those commissions? Because that will be a delay.
I'm not sure. So I think that what you're telling us is to try to wrap up whatever the stuff that needs to be wrapped up might be, and come back to the council as early as possible in September.
Well, and this specific item, I'm not talking about the 60 items on the laundry list. I'm talking
No.
The flock item.
The flock list. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And
That's
I
what
would
I'm referring to.
I would concur with that. If it means we don't get a joint meeting, we might have to bring it back here
so
first.
can we push forward to have the joint meeting be in September so that it can come to the council in October?
Yeah.
Assuming their bodies are willing.
Well, they don't have a say on their agenda.
Through the mayor, as the secretary for the POAC, I've actually been talking to liaison for the SAB, and we're looking to have a joint meeting in September.
Perfect.
I think in advance of your September 23rd, is that whatever your second meeting in September is?
So we
we're
would be
trying
looking
to
at it
meet-
coming back then.
Yeah, the week before then.
Thank you so much for that update. Yep. All right, Councilmember Letajou.
So one of the things I'd like to request in advance, I know we did goal setting on Saturday, and I know we're waiting for the notes to come back, but I'd like for our city manager to figure out a time that we can complete this exercise. As a council, we did not get to a satisfactory place in that process, and I think it's very important. And it was costly in dollars and time, and I heard a lot of community feedback regarding it. So we, through your leadership, I'm quite sure that we can figure out how to get together legally and complete this exercise so that we can have something to show for the work that we're doing and move forward.
If I may. Yes, the plan is we'll receive materials from the consultant. And then what we'll also do is we'll convene staff, leadership team, for sort of a 2 to 3 hour exercise to go through developing a set of objectives for each goal, in essence, like maybe 7 or 8. And then we would set up some sort of a brief, short study session with you all to go over these objectives and to sort of, we'll give you 7 or 8 with the goal of, let's see if we can get to 4 to 5 objectives per goal, and we'll facilitate that process, and then we can wrap up the whole thing. What I'd like to do is I have a tool. It's a 1-page strategic plan. We'll have the vision, the mission, we'll have the goals, we'll have the objectives, and we'll have we may even be able to build it out even further with some strategies to go along with each objective as well.
So one of the things that I'd like to make sure while you and your team are working on it is that you crosswalk back to the federal, state, and county objectives. They don't need to be exact, but the ones that match, like infrastructure.
Yeah.
And being able to outline, the federal government, state, and county have that as their goal. And the reason I'm saying that is where we have like goals, then it really says what dollars are available at the federal and state level that we should be vying for, because I think that's very important. And when I see the goals, and particularly the objectives, those objectives from a at our level really should reflect policy at a policy level. At this level, I'm not monitoring police response time. You and the chief are monitoring police response time. I am not monitoring you overhauling a process. You're monitoring that, and you may come to the council and say, hey, this is important, and I need to spend this much time on it, and therefore it means that potentially we can't do X, Y, and Z. So I just really want to see goals at a policy level with the objectives at the right level, well, the goals, but the objectives at the right policy level, right? And I did not see that. My perspective, I did not see that on Saturday. And that's what I'm looking for. You do what you do, and we bring forward what we bring forward, and you break them down further for your team to implement. And I don't want to be in the weeds with the team. I want to be up here, and I want to know where they match at state and federal level, and I want to know how we're going to go after those dollars at state and federal level. So I just want to share that with you, and I'm quite certain you operate in that format.
Okay.
All right, that is going to bring us to item 15, report of the presiding officer and members of the city council. Do any of my colleagues have anything to report? Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, just very quickly here on Thursday, what is that, July 16th. I want to thank Rayvon Williamson and especially Natalie Peterson. The Navigation Center held a resource fair, and it was very well run, and to see the engagement from the clients there with our staff, it was an excellent opportunity for all the clients there to engage with our resource providers there. So I just want to say that was a great success, thanks to Rayvon and to Natalie Peterson. And once again, obviously the goal setting. And then I want to thank Councilmember Matias for spending a few nights to complete our interviews for economic development, human relations, and the planning commission. So, end of my report.
All right, I'm not seeing anybody else. So I'll just say one thing again, which is that between now and our next meeting, Sunday, August 2nd, Soul Trans bus routes are changing. Please help spread the word if you know anyone who rides the bus. That is going to go into effect on Sunday. Monday, they'll have wayfinders and folks out there to help people. And then I'll leave it at that for now.
I have a question to you, for you, Mayor. So I haven't seen an actual sign over the bus sign in Glen Cove, because the bus is not going to come down into Glen Cove any longer. And so I think I've seen a white sign adjacent to it, but not really on the bus stop. So I'm just curious, where you definitely are not going to have a bus run. We're not going to have a bus run deep into Glen Cove. What are we going to put up over that sign? Because I haven't seen it, and I might be jumping the gun.
I mean, that's a good question. I'll ask. My understanding is that they'll change the signs when the change takes place, and that the outreach has been on the physical bus. So I know they've been doing a lot of work to make sure the riders know, but they've been doing it on the bus and not on the signs. So we can check on that. I'm not seeing anything else, so I'm going to go ahead and adjourn us at 11:24 p.m. And again, our next meeting will be the special meeting on August 4th, which is next Tuesday.